2014 Lawrence City Commission meeting. I want to welcome all of you here this evening. The City Commission has been meeting since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, so we know that there's a number of people that want to speak this evening to a number of items, so I want to try to move things along in a positive way so everybody can get home at a reasonable hour. First item on the agenda is to proclaim Wednesday, April 9th, 2014 as John Bodie Day. And I know we have representatives here this evening. Come on down, John. John, this is a special evening for me. I've known you for a while, and I appreciate the work that you do with kids, in USD 497. As I was going through the proclamation, it made me think of one thing. All of us, as we've gone through school, and especially grade school and some of the younger years, we always remember that special teacher that we've had. And I know that the impact that you make on the lives of so many kids is so important that they will remember you for a long time. So we appreciate your service to the kids of our community.
Thank you.
Okay. Would you like for me to read the proclamation, or do you have some comments about, the special award?
Well, I can only say that, there's so many great teachers in Lawrence, and I'm proud to work with so many of them. And at New York Elementary, I can only really accept any honors on behalf of everybody that works there. So on behalf of New York Elementary, I'm proud to accept this. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we are very glad to have you as a teacher in our community. I want you to know that. So this is a proclamation, and whereas the Lawrence community supports the pursuit of academic excellence, and whereas Lawrence strives to be a community known for excellent schools and teachers, and whereas local educators use unique approaches for teaching to positively affect classroom learning and to encourage individual students' interests, and whereas a third grade teacher at New York Elementary, John Bodie, has worked in the Lawrence School District for 19 years as an educator and speech-language pathologist, and whereas John was recently named a Kansas Master Teacher for 2014 by the Teachers College at Emporia State University. Now, therefore, I, Mike Amix, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 9th, 2014, as John Bodie Day to honor him for his outstanding service to the students of New York Elementary and USD 497 School District, and call upon all citizens of the City of Lawrence and Douglas County to celebrate and honor John for his work and accomplishments in the field of teaching and education, and for his support of the Lawrence community. John, thank you very much, and we're all proud of you and the work that you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job, John. Thank you.
It's one of the best parts of being mayor. I almost forgot about it, is being able to recognize people who have a great impact on our community. So anyway, John, thank you again, and to your family. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and all matters listed on the consent agenda are to be considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. Excuse me. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Are there any items that a member of the commission would like to have removed from the consent agenda for separate consideration?
No, sir.
I would just like to have item number 2, the claims for individual vote, but other than that, fine. Is there any item on the consent agenda that a member of the public would like to have removed for separate consideration? Okay. Seeing none, with the exception of the subtotal of Rock Chalk Park related items on item number 2, I guess we can do it that way, and approval of the claims to vendors in the amount of $3,480,292.07, and then payroll in the amount of $1,921,577.61. I would entertain a motion for approval. Move.
Second? Oh, he can.
Motion made, and the second was made by Commissioner Schoen, second by Commissioner Reardon. Any other questions or comments?
No, sir.
Okay. All in favor of that motion? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Next item is the subtotal of Rock Chalk Park-related items, the amount of $3,961.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval, made by Vice Mayor Farmer, second by Commissioner Dever. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. That passes 4-1. Okay, on to the city manager's report. I would ask the public that is here this evening, if you brought your cell phone, if you would please silent them, that would be great. Again, we have a number of people that want to speak this evening, and we want to make sure that nobody is really bothered. So anyway, David, city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the commission. A few items in this week's report. It's getting to be budget season. One of the things that we're going to do is conduct a City Budget 101 meeting with a number of the different social service agencies, economic development agencies, other vendor-provided services. These are groups that usually make funding requests to you all, or maybe considering that. We want to highlight the process for them, a little bit about the city of funds. We're a fund city, but we're also a city of funds in regard to general fund and special alcohol fund and all those kinds of things. So we'll spend a little bit of time with those groups and hopefully have a good conversation with them about the city budget process. It's April, so we feel relatively comfortable in providing you with the 2013-2014 snow removal summary. An eventful year, really good work from all of the different departments, primarily the Public Works Department that is involved in our snow removal use. So commend that report to your reading. Going to have a public meeting that's going to be hosted by the University of Kansas and the Birds Union to talk about the intersection of Naismith Drive and Crescent Road. It's also the intersection of KU jurisdiction and city jurisdiction there. In regards to that, we essentially share the intersection and some of the maintenance responsibilities for that. It's a little bit of a challenging intersection, so we'll see if we can have a good dialogue with the neighborhood in regards to that. Got an Edgewood Park project update on a grant that we had for playground equipment there. Marty Burrell from Prairie Park Nature Center was featured on a Kansas City morning show where she talked about some of the skills that she has developed and shares with classes in regards to cooking with bugs. I would commend that video to your use, maybe on an empty stomach. And you've got the 2013 Integrated Plan Annual Report. You will recall that getting nice remarks from the federal and state environmental regulators as to how we have indicated that we're going to follow through on some of our commitments in regards to wastewater. And this is the annual report that our memorandum of agreement outlines that we need to provide. So it's a good indication of all of the different wastewater projects that we have underway. Also in our utility department, just a little bit of a heads up, we've had for a number of years a cross-connection control program. We're in the process of sending out some reminders. In discussions with staff, we think that may be a program that we want to take a look at again and see if it's something that we want to continue as it's currently established in your code. So we'll be having additional discussions about that. And finally, as part of our re-engagement with the Douglas County Senior Services, they are providing quarterly reports on their work, and you see that there. Be happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
Is there any questions of Dave?
Dave, do you want to, we were talking about doing 2 public meetings in addition to one at the, and I just wanted folks to be aware of that. We're going to have one on, haven't decided where yet, but maybe on a time-free state as just listening sessions for the community to bring what they feel like is important to the budget process and things that we should focus on and make priorities. So in addition to this, I suggested doing a little more listening this year in relationship to that. So in addition to this meeting, there'll also be 2 other meetings that we're going to schedule to allow the public to give input on things that they feel like the city's important. So I just wanted to.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. And we had talked about that, and Casey's in the process of working on venues and timing. We want to do it, as you've suggested, Vice Mayor, early enough in the budget process so that it's it's meaningful as far as requests or deletions or whatever it might be, as opposed to the statutorily required public hearing that we have in August.
Right.
So we're working on that.
Thank you.
Dave, did you also mention the May 20th one as part of the regular city commission meeting that we have? I think it's May 20th.
Correct, right. We've got that on our calendar. That's here
Right.
in this venue, but I think what's been suggested is to have it outside of City Hall and maybe more of just listening sessions as opposed to being part of our regular meeting. So
Okay.
we're working on that, and you'll see all of that, and we'll want to make sure that it works well for you all to attend.
Sounds good. Any other questions of Dave?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, Dave, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is the regular agenda. We do have, first item is to conduct a note sale and to review the bids received and approve the sale of general obligation Series 1's notes to the lowest responsible bidder, to consider adopting resolution number 7067, authorizing the sale of $62,835,000 in general obligation Series 1 notes, and review bids received and approve sale of the general obligation Series 2 notes. The lowest bidder, the lowest responsible bidder, consider adopting Resolution 7068, authorizing the sale of $5,695,000 in general obligation Series 2 notes. Good evening.
Mayor, City Commissioners, we did have our note sale this afternoon. During that sale, we sold 2 notes. As you might recall, we have about a $36.3 million note coming due May 1, so a portion of those funds that we did today are going to use to what we call just roll that note over. So the amount of new funds that we're going to get is about 26.5, but the total amount of the notes was about 62.8. And then the second note that we had is, and those are more water and sewer projects. Then we had a second note, which is a smaller amount. It's going to mature October 1 of next year, and the first note, the big note, is going to mature May 1 of next year. So I'm trying to get us in the cycle where we're kind of do water and sewer projects with a May 1 maturity date, and then the kind of a general fund, public works type stuff would be October 1. So that second part of it is for a couple of street projects as well as a fire truck. So it's a little bit longer note. The rates, as a result, were a little bit higher on that because it is an 18-month note, roughly, instead of a 12-month note. The bids that we got 6 bids on this, what we call the Series 1 note, which is the roughly 62.8. It's going to be sized a little bit differently because they bid a premium and we don't really need additional cash, but the amount of money that we're going to have for the projects is going to be the same. But the low bid on that was to Bank of America Merrill Lynch for just over 15 basis points, and we got 6 bids on that. And we received 5 bids on the smaller note, which is about $5.7 million, and that rate was about 28 basis points, and the low bid on that was for Citibank. So I'd recommend that we accept those bids on those notes and adopt Resolution 7067 and 7068 to approve their sale. And be happy to answer any questions.
Questions of Ed? Thanks, Ed.
All right, thank you.
Are there any public comments on this item? And I would ask folks if you could hold your comments to like 4 minutes. I'll try to remember to ring the bell. Yeah, you know, the 30-second mark that's left, but you're going to have to bear with me a little bit. I'll probably just use the hammer or something. I don't know for sure. But are there any public comments on this item, on the sale of the bonds and notes? Anyone? Okay, back to the commission then. Dave, let's see, so the only items that we have to approve are the adoptions of resolution number 7067 and 7068. Do we also need to approve the bid to the Bank of America Merrill Lynch and the interest rate? Do we have to do all of that?
All in one motion, that's correct, sir.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
No, sir.
Okay, well, I think we got some very good bids for some very good projects, so I think we're in pretty good shape. Okay, we can do this all over one, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve resolutions number 7067, authorizing the sale of $62,835,000 in general obligation Series 1's notes, and adoption of 7068, Resolution 7068, authorizing the sale of $5,695,000 general obligation Series 2 notes. Also to award the bid on the Series 1 notes to Bank of America Merrill Lynch for the net interest rate of 0.152928%. And then the Series 2 notes to award the bid to Citigroup Global Markets, Inc. for a true interest rate of 0.282969. And then we've already added the adoption of the resolutions. So I would entertain all of that in one motion. I have a motion for approval
Second.
and a second. Any other questions? Motion was made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Reardon for approval. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Thanks for all your hard work and getting those bonds sold. Next item is conduct public hearing on fire damaged structure located at 1321 Tennessee Street and consider adopting resolution number 7065, declaring the structure unsafe and dangerous and ordering the owner to commence the repair or removal of the structure within the specified period of time. And should the property owner fail to comply, the city would contract for the removal of the structure. Brian?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Give you a little bit of background why we're here tonight. This structure is a two-story structure at 1321 Tennessee. It currently has 4 two-bedroom apartments on there, 2 on the first floor, 2 on the second, as I believe. Significant structure fire. Began working with the property owner last fall to get a plan of action to either rehab or sell. The property owner continued to tell us that his plan was not to demolish, but to sell the property as is or go through the building permit process and rebuild the structure. After the first of the year, we weren't getting anywhere with him, so we started the resolution process. On February 18th, you adopted a resolution to set the public hearing date for tonight. During that time, we gave you a little bit of background of how we got there. Since that adoption on February the 18th, I have been in contact with Fred Schneider, a licensed architect, who's working on behalf of the owner. The owner is not here tonight, but Fred is in attendance, so he can provide some information on what has happened since February, March, and part of this month. The resolution before you basically orders the owner to either begin repair or demolish the structure. It's typical of our typical demolition repair resolution before you. In that resolution, you will note that there's a date of April 25th, 2014 to start that action or demolish. That date there is there simply to establish a deadline for you to consider. And speaking with Fred in the last few days, there's a lot of work that has to be done. For example, one of the big issues was determining what the legal use of the property was based on the current use of 4 two-bedroom apartments and 5 parking spaces. So we had to do some research, and what we found out is that use goes back to at least 1977 with building permit information. So the use of 4 two-bedroom units will be allowed. However, there's encroachments of side yard setbacks that make it a non-conforming use. But based on the criteria, the damage of the market value in the development code, it allows the owner to rebuild as is within 12 months of the date of the fire. So there is some leeway there for the property owner to move forward with a plan to rebuild. So that's where we are tonight, and I'm open to any questions.
Okay, so it can be rebuilt as a 4-bedroom or 4 apartments?
Correct. It just probably can't expand in the footprint what's there currently. So I think Fred will talk about a little bit of his initial plans and go into more detail, but it can stay 4 two-bedroom units, correct, with 5 parking spaces. The current code in 77 would have required 6, but we found that those 5 spaces were existing legal use in 77, so they can continue.
Question? Mike?
Brian, what about the encroachment issue? Will they be allowed to maintain the encroachment?
That's what, Scott may have some comments on that, but the way I understand is that's what makes it a non-conforming use. And as long as they don't expand their footprint, they can maintain that encroachment.
So the parking doesn't make it that both items make it a non-conforming use, or it was conforming at the time, so it's grandfathered?
Well, in 77, we had building permits that showed a complete rehab of the property as is.
Right.
At that time, there was 5 parking spaces. We didn't find anything in our minutes from Board of Zoning Appeals from 77 to suggest those spaces weren't conforming at that time.
Okay.
So,
Mayor, I might just, the use conforms. The zoning allows the use, and actually the density conforms. There are certain site elements like the setback and parking that are considered non-conforming. It's a conforming use, and in our industry, those are two different things, the use and then the physical elements to the site.
Okay. Other questions of Brian?
Yes,
Sure.
my understanding is that this is 58% of the price of the unit itself, and because it's under 60%, it's able to be reconstructed. If it were 61 or 62, it would not be able to?
It's a threshold, commissioners, in terms of declaring, or in terms of recognizing those non-conforming elements to the site. If it exceeded the 60% threshold, then again, the property actually would be able to maintain 4 units on the site. The avenue then to cure the other issues would be to seek a variance, and if granted, the 4 units could be rebuilt, and variances for setback and parking, a couple parking spaces, could be pursued.
So if it comes in over that price, will we know? And have so how?
Well, our work essentially stops with the upfront process of determining whether or not it's approaching that threshold. We don't necessarily go back and audit afterwards. We do, we look at the bid in a way that's reasonable to repair it, and then given the permit, they're able to go repair the structure.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, thanks, Brian. Public comment on this item. Is there any public comment? Fred, did you have some comments?
Well, yes. Hello, I'm Fred Schneider. I'm an architect here in Lawrence, Kansas. Mr. Cupper, the owner of the property, approached me at the end of February, actually February 24th. We proceeded, he hired us to, investigate with Scott and the planning department if we could get the nonconformity. We wrote a letter to the planning department. It was granted. You can probably read the Sheila Stottskill's letter here. And then also now what we've done is we've proceeded to write a schedule to work with Brian and to just get to the point where we can remodel the structure. I know the process. I did the building right next door to it a few years ago, 1325. If you're familiar with that, that sustained damage from a fire, and we worked through that. And from that process, we have a fairly good understanding what could happen here next door. So what I've done here is I've just basically hired Berger Construction. Nick Berger said that they can go in and start demolishing it within, taking out all the demo work for the fire damage. And then also, since the building has been opened to the air for the last 6 or 8 months, it's going to need some work. We're going to have to pull out a lot of other stuff. But we think that we've got the budget. Mr. Cupper has put forth about $325,000, and we feel that that's a fair budget that we can do the work in. It's a little over 3,000 square feet. Here again, I don't expect to expand the structure, but I would like to put maybe a new roof on it and possibly a front porch if we can get a variance, or we can average the setback on the front of the structure, because I would like to make it look like something that fits on Tennessee Street. And other than that, here again, I've just proceeded to write a schedule. We feel that we can get a building permit around the first week or second week in July. The building was damaged on July 17th. I think it's my understanding with Scott that I have to have a building permit by then. If not, I'll lose the nonconformity that was granted to us a few weeks ago. So I think if you would just consider and allow me to proceed to remodel the building. I believe I have a contractor in order, and then my office can do the work. And so I'm really asking you to just delay the resolution or to put it on hold. I don't mind working every couple of weeks with Brian over here and letting him follow this schedule and make sure I'm following it. If we have any problems, he can come back with you. And if I don't do what I'm said, I guess you can raise the building. But I feel that we can save the structure and provide a pretty good set of apartments there. So I'm just asking for a delay of the resolution, really.
Okay, how is the building secured right now, Fred?
Well, yeah, I went over there the other day. There's plywood screwed across the front 4 doors of the apartments. One of them had come dislodged. I had it put back on. I'll have to admit the structure has been open to the air, and there's some water, there's some moisture in there. It's going to be gutted. We'll have to take it down to the studs. But I hopefully, in the first week of the demolition, to pull out the stuff that was damaged by the fire, I can get in there, photograph, and measure it. Then I could start proceeding to put down, I'll also start working on a site plan, because we all know that it takes approximately 4 to 6 weeks to get that through the planning department. And we've allowed for that time, and I think the structure seems to be fine. It's hard to say, Mike, unless I can get in there and see the foundation. There is a partial basement under the structure. And when I went in there the other day, there's no electricity. You can't see what you're doing. So we've kind of just left it open in the sense of just hoping that the demo will allow me to get in there, measure it, and then save the structure.
So you've
I
made-
can't verify particularly, exactly if it's what condition it's in.
Okay.
I'll verify that in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. So you're asking us to put this on hold?
Yeah.
And are you all planning on starting any cleanup
Well, I talked to Nick,
between
like I
now and
said.
the 25th of April?
I've scheduled it here that we can start on the April 21st, but it's about 2 weeks from now. And I think we can start pulling out, demolishing, taking out the fire damage. And like I say, allowing myself to record the building. And then we'll photograph and measure it, and then they'll continue the cleanup. It's going to take another week or two after I get in there to clean the building out, and by then I can start the site plan. I'm going to have a full commercial site plan because it's obviously a public building, and I can get that into the city. I'll have a pre-planning meeting. It'll take a week. Then I can do the notification letters, post the sign, and then that gives me 4 weeks to proceed with the finishing of the site plan and then starting the construction documents. And I think in that time, by May, we should have, in the middle of May here, I've got this basically having the site plan application submitted, and then giving them about a week to look at that, and then I can, like I say, by sometime in the middle of May, I believe that we'll have the construction documents together, plus the site plan approval. And I don't know, it's going to take, I've allowed an extra month in this thing in my scheduling, because you don't know about the weather and you just don't know what you're going to find in a structure. It's 1,000 nitpicky problems when you get into one of these things. So all I'm asking the commission tonight is just to delay this resolution and let me proceed with a remodel. And if I don't hold up my side of the bargain, then the commission can raise the building.
Okay. Questions of Fred? Mark?
Fred, I
Yeah.
wasn't clear on your answer. So the
Yeah.
existing resolution asks that the owner commence the repair or removal of the structure by April 25th. You're going to commence demolition prior to that date, are you not?
Well, like I say, when I spoke with Berger Construction, he thought it might take him a few weeks before he can get over there and start doing demolish work on it. I could call him and have him start immediately. But the thing is that I don't know, I didn't know the specifics of when I needed to start the demolition.
You had made a comment about starting something by April 21st.
Yeah, that's what my schedule begins with. I could show you this. I've only brought one copy. I thought maybe it might provide it by the city here. I gave this to Brian the other day when we established it. And we do start it on April 21st is when
Bob?
that would give me 2 weeks to get this organized with the Berger Construction.
Why don't we just change the date to May 25th? I'd like to see something in place, a framework from our perspective, so we can tell the public what is expected. We've been down this road before with lots of different issues. It's just handy if we have something in writing that we can point to that gives us our time frame. I fully understand your position and hope you can get along with it well, but that would give you they'll give you 6 weeks to get started on the project. That's what we're interested in, make sure it's going to get done.
Right.
So if we did that, that would accommodate you, and yet we'd be on record.
That would help
saying-
me. Yes, sir.
And then for staff, in this resolution, how long do they have to complete the project? Is there any kind of time constraint? Going to take years, or could it?
No, they have once a permit is issued, there are some automatic expiration dates if work isn't further.
In the permitting
In the permitting process itself. So if within that time frame, work stops and we're left with a blighted structure, then we'll pursue other avenues.
So we'd be correct in just passing this then for our protection?
Yes, sir.
Just amending the date a little bit?
I plan on having this structure occupied sometime around Thanksgiving. We think it'll take about 5 months to redo it,
Okay.
so.
Okay. I think it's a reasonable approach to go ahead and approve the resolution, giving Fred the May 25th deadline to begin with either demolition or removal or repair of the property. So that'll give you the opportunity to work with your schedule that you've laid out. Scott, if there are some stumbling blocks, you'll place it back on the agenda at the appropriate time.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Is there any other public comment on this item? Okay. Seeing none. This was to conduct a public hearing. Dave, do we need to close the public hearing?
Yes, you do.
Would entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Motion made and second to close the public hearing, made by Commissioner Dever, second by Commissioner Reardon. All in favor of closing the public hearing, aye? Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. I would entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 7065 with a change of May 25th of 2014 for the time when repair or removal of the structure is to begin.
Move. Second.
Motion made and second for approval as amended of resolution number 7065, made by Commissioner Shum, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. Any other questions or comments?
No, sir.
All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Fred. Good luck. Next item, we have several items. Consider following items related to the North Project area of 9th and New Hampshire Tax Increment Financing District, and there'll be a public hearing on the North Project redevelopment plan and creation of the Transportation Development District at 9th and New Hampshire, and consider first reading of ordinance number 8971, and consider adopting resolution number 7066. And it's a resolution of intent to issue up to $24.5 million industrial revenue bonds for the North Project, subject to final adoption of ordinance number 8971, and consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 8979, approving the Transportation Development District, and then consider a request to approve an easement on the adjacent city-owned parking lot property for the North Project, subject to the final adoption of ordinance number 8971, and then to consider approval of the restrictive covenant agreement requiring the developer to maintain the parking garage structure in the North Project, subject to the final adoption of ordinance number 8971. Diane.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As you mentioned, there's a number of items related to this project this evening, and so there's several of us that will be going through the presentation to provide you an overview over each of those items. As you may recall, the city created a tax increment financing district to include a north and south project area in the area of 9th and New Hampshire in 2012. In 2012 and also then in 2013, you all approved a south redevelopment plan and an amendment to that plan, which is the plan that is governing the construction of the south project, which is the hotel that's currently under construction. So the items this evening deal with the proposed north project, which would be the proposed project on the northeast corner of the intersection there in the North District. I'd like to talk a little bit about the financial aspects and the tax increment financing and update you on a few other items. And then also we have a number of people, as I mentioned, to cover items this evening related to these issues. Bill Fleming and Micah Kimball are here from Trainer to go over the details of the project with you, to talk a little bit about the easement request and touch on the traffic control related to the project. Gary Anderson, bond counsel with Gilmore and Bell, is here, and he'll talk about the redevelopment agreement and also the requests related to industrial revenue bonds. A little bit about the financial aspects of the project for you. This is a $24.5 million project that is a mixed-use apartment complex apartment structure that is proposed in the North project. The developer would be fronting all of the project expenses, just like with the South project. So it's a pay-as-you-go tax increment financing district, with the project capturing the incremental growth of property tax revenues that are generated by the project to reimburse the developer over time for certain eligible project expenses. And those eligible project costs relate to the site improvements that are required for the project to proceed, as well as the parking garage, which is part of the project. The district would also capture any incremental growth that occurs in city or county sales taxes related to the development. But with this particular part of the project on the north side, there are no sales tax generating uses that are proposed to occur at this time in the north project. The developer has identified approximately $5.63 million in TIF-eligible expenses and is requesting up to $4.75 million plus interest in eligible TIF reimbursement. And in accordance with the plan that was put together by Springstead several years ago, where they worked with the developer on revenue projections related to the TIF revenue, it's anticipated that $4.43 million in TIF revenue is expected to be generated over the 20-year period. So you can see that with the proposed reimbursed expense amount, as well as the interest, those, at least at this point, exceed what the projected revenue would be related to the project. And of course, the developer's reimbursement of costs would depend not only on where they are related to the cap of the $4.75 million, but also revenues would need to be available in order to create the reimbursement. So the success of the project will generate the funds for that reimbursement. Now, a little bit about the Transportation Development District, and I covered this a little bit at your meeting that we discussed this item in March. The city did create a Transportation Development District in 2012, along the same time that the district was created and the South project was authorized. Although when we went to record the documents for that Transportation Development District, we noticed that an incorrect owner was listed on the North project property. And that is a concern for the city because, of course, we get the first $850,000 in revenue that is generated from the TDD extra 1% sales tax that would occur within the district. And so we would like to make sure that this TDD is right. And you've already taken action to undo the prior TDD. This is just recreating a new TDD with essentially the same parameters as the TDD that was created in 2012. There would be up to $3 million that would be reimbursed from the TDD revenue over time for the developer on the South project. And then if any is remaining, then it would go to the North project, but after the city receives the first $850,000 in revenue that is generated. And that was related to a contribution to the existing city parking garage in the 900 block of New Hampshire. The only real change in the TDD ordinance that you'd be considering would be a change to establish the start date of the sales tax, which is proposed to be moved back to January 1st of 2015 instead of the original start date, which was July 1st of this year. And that's just related to the anticipated project schedule for the hotel project that's under construction. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Bill Fleming and Micah Kimball, the development team, to visit with you a little bit about the project. And then again, Gary Anderson will be speaking with you about the redevelopment agreement. And then I know that representatives of the Spencer Museum are here, as well as First Management, to talk a little bit about the mural project. And then any of us would be, of course, available for any questions that you'd have.
Thanks, Diane.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for your time tonight and consideration on this project. My name is Micah Kimball. I'm with Trainer Architects. Bill Fleming is standing behind me. We have several of the development team here as well for questions. Since time's of the essence, we have a short presentation just on the building itself. Diana did a great presentation and kind of bringing us up to speed on what's in front of us tonight. And then also we do have, kind of one more kind of sidebar agenda item, an update on the mural wall. And Sarah Lynn Reese-Hardy is here to update that for us. So the North Project, 100 East 9th, we presented this on March 11th of last month. We were discussing the mural wall. We have been through the HRC process, and we have approval. We've also met with yourselves on an easement for the parking so we could get the angled parking on the front. The project, the perspectives and the way that this is going to look and the perspective of, or the performance of the project, this is a mixed-use building at the corner of 9th and New Hampshire. It's the northwest corner of 9th and New Hampshire, or not, northeast corner, I apologize. It is ground floor. It's roughly 20,000 square feet of conditioned space. We've got a clubhouse for the apartments that are on the upper floors. We have a bank slated for the hard corner with light commercial potential office use as an infill in between the two. And the upper floors ranging from either 5 to 6 floors, depending on which part of the building we look at, will consist of approximately 114 apartment units. We have taken some of the amenity space and pulled it up towards the top on the north end. And then all of this will be served by 2 levels of underground parking, accommodating approximately 100 parking stalls down below, subterranean. We presented this building several times to you guys, so I didn't want to go through plan by plan. We do have the plans if we need to get those out. But more than anything, I wanted to kind of turn this back over. And then also wanted to present to you guys, if you'd rather hear kind of the Bill speak to some of those items, or if you'd like to hear about the pollinators and the mural wall first, in an order of agenda, kind of post that to you guys. And we're available for questions, and we have lots of backup if we need it. So.
Okay. Any questions of Micah? Okay, Bill, are you ready? Do you have?
I don't have any.
Okay.
I don't have any presentation other than I do want to address the issue on the redevelopment plan and some of the additional language that's been proposed for the redevelopment agreement, in whichever order you want to take that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So who's next? The percolators. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Lynn Reese-Hardy. I'm the director of the Spencer Museum. Mayor, commissioners, city staff, and of course the citizens of Lawrence. Sometimes we don't know when we're standing in the middle of history, but I think we're standing in the middle of history tonight, and I believe this is a very historic moment. It's historic because a university art museum from a major research university, a thriving artist community, a community developer, and a city are working together to adapt to growth and change while sustaining an investment in the cultural legacy of our community. It's a difficult balancing act at best. It requires continued dialogue, a high degree of trust, and an investment in the future of our community, not just today, but long-term into the future. Over the past 2 years, we have been privileged, we at the Spencer Museum of Art have been privileged to work together to maintain that balance in partnership with First Management, the City of Lawrence, the artists, and many, many, many community stakeholders. Guess what? We have come to resolution, and we have come to it together. This feels pretty good to all of us. Tonight, we are going to share a plan that we believe is the very best possible outcome for the Pollinators mural and all that it represents. So I brought two of my colleagues with me to present. Don't worry, we've timed this, it's not long. But I'd like to introduce Dr. Susan Earle, who is the curator of European and American art at the Spencer Museum of Art, and Margaret Perkins McGinnis, who's the director of external affairs at the Spencer Museum of Art. So we will present, and I think you will be pleased. Susan.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners and city manager. So, as you know, the exhibition, Aaron Douglas, African American Modernist, was about a Kansas-born artist who made history. And the exhibition itself was also of national attention and interest, importance, because it traveled from the Spencer Museum here in Lawrence to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., to the New York Public Library, the Schomburg Center in Harlem in New York, and to the Friss Center in Nashville. And it included a publication that received national attention on the New York Times book list. But tonight, we are talking about the impact of Aaron Douglas's historic significance here at home. The work by Douglas that you see here on this slide is in the Spencer Museum of Art, and the mural that we're talking about is inspired by the style and spirit of Douglas's work. So here is the Pollinators mural again. Douglas is featured in the mural on the left edge there up on the ladder, and the other pollinators are with him. They are African American artists from Kansas who went on to influence the art and culture across the United States and internationally, and they include, going across, Gordon Parks, photographer, Langston Hughes, the poet, who is seated at the typewriter, Gwendolyn Brooks, another poet with the statement from her poetry above her, Oscar Michaud, the filmmaker, at the camera, Hattie McDaniel, actress, across towards the right, and Coleman Hawkins, musician, at the right edge. So the exhibition and mural and book received public, university, corporate, and private support. So this is a picture of someone painting the mural. The mural for the Spencer Museum, the Pollinators mural, offered the opportunity to share the celebration of African American legacy and impact of Kansans across the nation and the world with our neighbors in Lawrence, Kansas. The mural represented the museum's investment in downtown Lawrence, broad community participation, involvement of business and civic leaders, and it engaged dozens of community volunteers. Over time, the Pollinators mural has grown in cultural significance. When details of the 9th and New Hampshire project were announced, many stakeholders emerged, offering their support through letters, emails, and phone calls to the museum, to the city of Lawrence, and to the artist. The Spencer has been in dialogue with many stakeholders, as you suggested that we continue to be, and to hear their concerns and priorities. This is a partial list of them. It's not complete, but it includes the National Endowment for the Arts, East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, the Lawrence Farmers Market, the family and descendants of Aaron Douglas, and a group not listed on here, Marla Jackson's Quilts and her Textile Academy and Beyond the Book program for youth in the community. So we gathered priorities and goals and heard people's thoughts in these conversations, and the priorities that have emerged from them include the community-oriented creation of the mural, the public nature of it, its large scale, its prominent location, a desire for a multiplier effect, that the impact of the mural would be expanded rather than diminished, the critical importance of the topic, the three-dimensionality of it offered by the location and scale, the idea that you can walk right up to it and touch it, the beauty of both the concept and the work of art, and the vibrancy of the colors and the design. So thank you. We can take questions together at the end, but Margaret is going to speak now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here you can see the current mural, which is located on the north side of the building at 9th and New Hampshire. And here you see the drawings that were presented at the March 11th City Commission meeting. And as you can see, this drawing presented 2 mural spaces that flanked a central window. To our great satisfaction, First Management and Trainer Architects worked together to redesign the space to allow for a much more prominent, centralized mural. The Spencer plans to commission the original artist, Dave Lowenstein, to create a mural that would once again celebrate the historic African American figures depicted in the original Pollinators mural and incorporate the same community-oriented approach that produced the beautiful and significant mural that we see today. The original mural was quite expansive at 1,300 square feet. The new proposed mural site is closer to 600 square feet, which you can see highlighted in pink. While it's obvious that the scale of the mural will be adjusted, we're pleased with the effect of the new design and believe that this adaptation best meets the goals and priorities identified by the stakeholders. And we're confident that the new mural will express the significance of the distinguished African American artist featured and the community spirit by which the original mural was created. In this image, the architects have demonstrated the current mural scaled to fit the new space. We're very excited to see this project come to fruition and for the opportunity to work with First Management, the artist, and once again, the Lawrence community to develop the new mural. We are very pleased that First Management has agreed to provide $20,000 toward the project. Based on projections that were provided by the Mid-America Alliance for the Arts, which is a regional organization that's funded by National Endowment for the Arts, the project of this scale would cost about $50,000. This is based on a recently completed Mid-America Mural Project, which placed murals throughout a 6-state region. We plan to come to the City of Lawrence to request additional funds to help us complete this project. We would like to pursue a continued conversation with the City of Lawrence and with First Management regarding some details, which would include the easement. We understand that First Management is pursuing a 30-foot easement on the north side of the building, and we hope that the language incorporated into that easement would also provide protection for the mural itself. Additionally, a mural at this new height of 12 feet will be somewhat obscured by cars, and we hope that we could have some reconsideration of the parking spaces that exist in front of the mural, perhaps to provide seating or some green space and allow for a better vantage point for the mural. And finally, through this process, we hope to work with members of the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission to develop a more comprehensive plan that would encourage and protect public art and help to propose that plan to the City Commission. So our action plan at this point is that we hope that prior to demolition, First Management and the Spencer Museum of Art will have developed an agreement that will govern the commission of the artwork, as well as a plan for the stewardship of the mural. We hope that the $20,000 contribution from First Management will be placed in an escrow to support the project. And we plan to work collaboratively with First Management to identify an appropriate deconstruction method for the existing mural. And once an agreement is in place, we will begin the process of re-envisioning the Pollinators mural at the new location.
And finally, one more thank you to you for encouraging us to continue to talk. City staff, stakeholders, staff of Trainer Architects, and I have to shout out particularly Micah Kimball and Lauren Davis. And it has truly been our pleasure to exercise creativity and pragmatism with the staff of First Management, and particularly a pleasure to work with Brandon Rapp and Robert Green. And of course, we appreciate the vision and continued commitment of Dave Lowenstein to art in the public sphere. Thank you so much for the hearing tonight.
Well, thank you all very much. Thank you all very much for the hard work that you've obviously done and followed a little bit of our direction, I guess, and come forward with something that sounds very, very positive in the saving of the mural. So that's really.
And we have had amazing conversations of listening and talking across the same table. It's been really, really wonderful. We would be very happy to take questions if there are any about the mural itself.
Are there questions of anyone from Spencer? Okay.
How long does it take?
How long is the entire project?
Painting.
Yeah, how long will it take to recreate the painting on the new wall?
Well, you know, it just all depends on the timing of the First Management project and how we stage that mural with what else is happening. We will negotiate with the artist. We will get community involved as we have. So always in something worthwhile, it takes a little bit longer than just doing it. Okay. So it will, yeah.
And then the ownership of the mural is to be held by whom?
Oh, that's such a good question. There are several options. We would really like to further discuss that with the city, especially as you consider what your role with public art is. Should something like this belong to the city? Is it appropriate for a university art museum and a private owner to be in partnership? How do we go forward into the future? And I would think that this is one of the aspects of cultural policy that need to be on the agenda for building bridges so that we encourage and foster creative work in the public sphere even more. So we want to think about that. We're not bringing you a recommendation about that tonight.
Okay. There's still a lot of work to get done on the agreement that has to be put together and
That's
tie it
correct.
up all the loose ends.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Bob, you had something?
Is this going to be a group of people who help paint this? Or is it just going to be the artist, Dave Lowenstein himself, the mural?
We haven't even negotiated with Dave Lowenstein yet. So, but one of the things that appealed to us about Dave in the beginning and still is, I think, a primary aspect of the kind of work that we are interested to do, especially in light of this particular topic, is involve community, not only in painting, like just coming in and painting, but also the design of the mural. Although this design is somewhat developed, and that was also appealing to us, the research has been done, there will be, I can say, a lot of community involvement in the execution and the re-envisioning of the mural, as long as it hews toward those core values of African American Kansas artists that are so important to our heritage.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Don't go away.
Okay.
Okay. Micah, do you have other folks? Anybody else to speak?
I don't think so. Just go on myself for now and able to respond to questions.
Was there any questions of Micah or any of
No, I love the resolution. I appreciate all the work that everybody's done and kind of the back and forth. Like you said, we were able to all come together and collaboratively take ideas and feedback and kind of work back and forth over the last couple of weeks to come up with a solution and a resolution that works for all of us. And I think it's a great solution.
Okay. Any questions of Micah? Did you have questions? Okay. Okay. Dave, I see you got up.
Yeah.
Have a comment?
Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for giving your attention to this important issue. Our visual environment, with stories and voices we see represented around us, speaks loudly for who we are and what we value. In Lawrence, we aspire, I believe, to openness, to diversity, and the celebration of a rich and meaningful heritage. Ensuring that the Pollinators mural and the story it embodies continue to have a significant presence in our downtown, says that we as a community recognize the importance of the great African American artists depicted and how their legacy helps to define who we are as Kansans. I'm grateful to the Spencer Museum and the more than 500 individuals I've heard from for their support and thoughtful suggestions. As a work of art made by and for the community, this mural is a shared cultural trust, not unlike the way we protect and conserve important historical places and architecture. The pollinators and the resonant stories within it are worthy of our care. The Spencer's proposal, although it is a compromise of scale, expresses that care and keeps the mural where it belongs. I also appreciate the willingness of the developer and the architect to financially and logistically support the mural's continued life in the heart of downtown. The Spencer Museum's proposal, when agreed to and carried out, will show that private developers, the university, city, and neighborhood residents can work together in significant ways that support the larger community. As Lawrence moves forward embracing arts and culture as integral to community life, let's keep this project in mind. It demonstrates beautifully how art can be woven into the fabric of our bustling downtown, helping to fully express what it means to be a Lawrencian and a Kansan. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Okay. Any other questions of these folks? Okay. Thank you. Bill, did you have a comment now?
I don't have any comment about this issue.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and take public comment at this time. Oh, wait, Gary, you're up. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Gary Anderson, law firm Gilmore and Bell, bond counsel for the city. I was asked to talk about a couple of things. One is the resolution of intent for industrial revenue bonds for this project, which is on the agenda tonight, as well as hitting some of the highlights for the redevelopment agreement. Similar to the South project, the developer has requested the city's assistance in issuing industrial revenue bonds for the North project. Again, the sole purpose of the industrial revenue bonds for the North project would be the sales tax exemption for construction materials and FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, similar to what the city did in connection with the South project. Again, the city would have no liability or obligation on the bonds. The bonds are payable solely by the developer. With respect to the redevelopment agreement, as you might expect, the redevelopment agreement is very similar to the redevelopment agreement that city approved and entered into in connection with the South project. As Diane mentioned, there is a tax increment financing cap of $4.75 million plus interest. There's also a transportation development district cap of $3 million plus interest. And I think as Diane mentioned, the transportation development district covers both the North and the South project. And the first $850,000 generated from the Transportation Development District would go to the city in connection with assistance for the parking garage that the city owns. The redevelopment agreement provides standard benchmarks of providing evidence to the city with respect to the TIF and TDD expenditures that were paid for in connection with the North project, provides various benchmarks as to when construction must commence, provides various other covenants and restrictions on the developer in connection with the project. And as Mr. Fleming mentioned, at city staff's request, there is a proposed new provision, section 5.03B, that has been inserted into the agreement, and I believe the city attorney wants to address the city commission on that provision. I'm happy to stand for questions now or any time during the discussion of this item, but maybe it makes sense to have Tony to speak to section 5.03B.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. As Gary Anderson mentioned, I'm Tony Wheeler, the city attorney. Paragraph B of section 5.03 is new language to this development agreement. It was inserted in an effort to give this commission and future city commissions some additional flexibility in dealing with this project. As Gary mentioned, this development agreement will be in place for several years, 22 years, and things may change, uses may change, and we would recommend that some more specific language be inserted. And so that is why we proposed the paragraph B in section 5.03. Now, we do understand that Mr. Fleming and the developers object to this language or have some concerns about this language, and city staff is certainly amenable to working with them and considering alternative language. But staff does recommend that some language that gets to these issues be inserted into the agreement. The city commission, the city staff, like the city commission, wants this to be a project that we can all be proud of. We're just asking the developers to be partners with us and make sure that it is the conduct and the activities that go on there are beneficial, particularly given its location in downtown Lawrence. We just think that it is worthy of some more specific language in the development agreement. Be happy to stand for any questions.
Tony, just one question would be is that could we go ahead and proceed with the adoption of the ordinance and allow staff to work with the developer on coming up with a suitable language for just that section?
Yes, we have talked internally about that, and it would be possible to adopt the ordinance on first reading, allow the parties to get together and discuss some alternative language, and then bring it back for second reading at a future date.
And this project, and Bob, you may have to help me here, Mike, it went through the PERC process, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, this was something that, language that PERC never had the opportunity to see because it's just come up in the last week. So anyway, that being said, if the commission decides that, language, some appropriate language needs to be as the new 503B, then we can go ahead and do the ordinance on first reading and giving you the time between then and the second. Okay.
Yes, we'll certainly take your direction.
Okay. Questions of staff? Bob? Tony?
One of the requirements there is to run an orderly establishment. And there are a couple of them deal with that, those elements of the restrictiveness in the clawback agreement. What happens if a tenant of theirs is running a questionable activity and they have a legal lease, and we say, well, it looks like there's some bad behavior here, so we're just going to take 50% of the tax incentive back in year 4 or 5, but yet it's really not the landlord's fault, it's a tenant who is creating the nuisance. How does the city deal with something like that?
Well, certainly we would communicate with the parties about our concerns. And we just don't want the parties to say, well, it's not really our problem. We're hoping that they will work with us, and staff has been reasonable in the past in dealing with matters, and I would think that we would work together. We just want to have some language in the event that our efforts at dialogue have not achieved results that we'd like to see.
One of the other things, because I've dealt with these different bar problems around the town, and the bar owners will say, well, we've got control within the four walls, but we really don't have control of what goes on outside it, especially in downtown where it's a Friday and Saturday nights moving parties, I think, from up and down the street. So that's another difficult area to maintain or to pin on a specific stakeholder there. So, those are things we need to be careful of as we move forward. They're going to be hard to deal with. And the other broader question I have, though, is do we really see ourselves clawing back a tax incentive that was put in place so a project could be established and the financing wraps around it, we really see ourselves going in and removing that incentive after it's already intertwined in a financing agreement. I mean, I think I'd be hard pressed to move on that one, especially if there's other remedies, which I think we have other remedies. So those are just some thoughts I have on it. I mean, it sounds good, and there's a lot of protection, but I don't know if you ever get there with it, and that's the issue for me. I mean, just like what is causing this is the Orient Hotel and the cave, and had that not come to us, we wouldn't even have this discussion, I'm quite sure. But yet we have other remedies for that issue as well, and I don't know that even with the situation that's going on right now that we go and unwind a tax incentive that was built into the financing structure of a major project. You get to be sending some really mixed messages to people that are going to rely on that for 20 or 25 years to get their project done. So I think it's a pretty serious issue when you stop and try and think through it all. Comments? And if you have a comment to that, I'd certainly.
Well, those comments are helpful. Staff brought this language forward, and you all are certainly can give us direction if you're not comfortable with the language. If you want the language changed, that's really helpful for us to hear. We just wanted to provide options in light of events, and that's what our intent was.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Can I address that issue?
Sure, please. If we could have you.
I'm Bill Fleming. I'm with Trainer Architects. I'm general counsel, represent the development group. I also prepared a letter sent out today. We've only really been dealing with this issue about a week, but I sent a letter today. For those of you that have ever watched Animal House, Dean Wormer says, don't you know that serving alcohol in your fraternity is a violation of policy? To which Eric Stratton, in his impertinent ways, responds, isn't it a shame that a few bad apples ruin it for everyone? And I think Dean Wormer's response to that is put a sock in it. But anyway, I mean, I'm not trying to be impertinent, but this is bad policy and it's a bad idea. The reason it's a bad idea is mainly because we're being asked to borrow $4 or $5 million to finance these improvements, and we have to pay those back. And we have to go to our lenders and explain to our lenders that we've got a source of revenue that's going to come in and be used to pay those very significant costs back over time. And the lenders are already nervous. They don't like TDDs. They don't like TIFs. I just dealt with the lender 2 months ago on the same exact issue, and they don't like them. And it's already difficult to get the lenders to loan you money on what they kind of view as they're not really sure they understand it. And to the extent that you start layering in a lot of additional requirements that are not part of the state statute, they're not part of the Kansas statutes that deal with transportation development districts, they're not part of anything that deals with the state-created programs, then I think you just create additional complexity that's not needed. I think there's plenty of mechanisms that are out there and available to you to address these concerns. It's not that these are not serious problems, these are serious concerns. We don't want rowdy, we don't want drunken, we don't want bad behavior. We have 114 apartments here. I don't think our tenants are going to want that type of behavior. And frankly, I'm not sure this really applies to us anyway, because we don't really plan on having even a bar or restaurant probably in our building. But it does apply to other projects that are becoming in front of you in the future. And so I think it's an important policy discussion that you do need to have right now and make this kind of decision. But again, I would just encourage you not to place a lot of additional requirements. The requirements have been, as drafted, are very vague. They're there doesn't seem to be any standard materiality. There doesn't seem to be, one drink by one 18-year-old kid in the facility. Is that enough to then say you're going to take away $4.75 million of incentives? Is that the result? Are we just we're just supposed to assume that a future city commission, you guys are all reasonable, but we're supposed to assume the future city commission is reasonable? It just creates a lot of issues there. So anyway, so again, I'm not trying to be impertinent. I just think it's not a good idea. You've got other ways to deal with these issues and deal with these problems. And I think it kind of chills development, chills the use of these tools, and makes it much more difficult to do. So anyway, I will stop speaking now.
Questions of Bill? Thanks, Bill. Okay, at this time, is there any general public comment on the items that are listed for the 9th and New Hampshire project? Yes, sir.
You know, if you don't mind, is that the water I left?
You left it. Come get it, sir. I didn't touch it.
If we could have your name.
Is that all you wanted?
That's a segue.
Good night. Mayor, commissioners, staff, good evening. I'm Hugh Carter representing tonight the Lawrence Chamber of Commerce. And I'm going to echo a lot of the comments Commissioner Shum and Mr. Fleming just made. And I think first I should say that the Chamber's not here advocating for a particular project or to grant particular incentive necessarily. We have stayed out of the debate related to retail and residential projects. It's not to say that will never happen, but we did just this year to try and clarify what sort of things the Chamber actually stands for, what type of things we might be up here to advocate for. We wrote, and I believe we've provided guiding principles for policy evaluation, and I'll just briefly touch on the one that brings me here tonight, and that's on business retention, recruitment, and expansion. Our guiding principles that will help our existing businesses to thrive, whether they're small or large or located in urban or rural areas. Have a competitive business incentive package available that's relevant, flexible, and simple to use. And to maintain a vibrant economic development toolbox to assist in the expansion and recruitment of capital investment and quality jobs. So the guiding principle, or what the restrictive covenants that are being proposed right now, while I think it's good staff took the initiative to try and deal with an issue that I think is fairly specific. The most recent one we're talking about is what's going on at the ORIED. Restrictive covenants like that added to the tools in our toolbox would be what I'd call a point of differentiation. And I love to have good points of differentiation when they're positives, when we compare ourselves to other communities and say we do this a little better, we make this easier. But in this case, I'll build upon why I think that this is one of those points of differentiation that actually will work against us. We'll name some known consequences, but I think additionally we can already see there's probably some unintended consequences that we may not be able to quantify just yet. I should also say that, we certainly agree that bars and clubs, need to be responsible, professional, train their staff appropriately, care enough to take action, and actually themselves know what actions to take to manage these kind of issues. Those that have taken an inordinate amount of our police resources, where we have injuries, we have safety issues. That's bad for our quality of life, and frankly, that increasing crime rate is something that works against us from an economic development standpoint as well when we try and attract investments. So all that aside, we feel that we do have avenues to deal with that. I know as a commissioner, we did shut down, I think it was called Magic. There may be different tools that we could add to the toolbox to deal with that from an enforcement standpoint. But doing it through our incentives package, in this case, and again, I'm echoing some of what was earlier said, but there's no question that will have an adverse impact on the valuations of a property as the banks come in to loan. They're going to factor in any sort of covenants or potential clawbacks, and especially when you have uncertainty, as we've had for years. We're just starting to come out of it in the banking industry and investment world. When there's uncertainty, that kills investment. So we don't know how many. The unintended consequences is not knowing how many simply won't even apply to do these sort of things because of a covenant like that. And this is a precedent that says it could then move on to other types of incentives. So, impacting the valuations is one thing. Uncertainty is another one. And, the bottom line is that using, and this is coming as your economic development partner, sir.
Your time's almost up.
Sure. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes?
No, 4.
4? Oh, okay. I thought the group thing was a little longer, but I'm representing a group, but that's all right, I'll wrap it up.
Thanks.
Bottom line is your economic development partner, clawbacks are not the proper tool for enforcement of what are already basic city ordinances. Either a business is within the law or it's not, and if it's not, then it needs to shape up or be shut down, and I think we have the tools in place to do that. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
I'm Leslie Soden. I actually like the 6 points that they came up with. You know, I think you guys have a certain responsibility to protect taxpayer money, make sure it's used in a responsible way. I think this is some kind of way that you can do that. I think it's something that we should look at applying to all future tax incentive packages that we have. Whether the language gets tightened up or not, you know, that's great, you know, but I think the spirit of what their rough draft is a really good idea. I think it's pretty simple. You know, I hear kind of how this TIF is kind of like a financial house of cards, and I certainly sympathize with that, but if you're going to ask for public money, I think if you expect to not have any strings attached to it, then that doesn't make me sympathetic. You know, I mean, that's the point of being the guardian of taxpayer dollars. So also, I was kind of concerned when I read through that they might be doing condos, which they're going to sell in the future, presumably for a profit. Well, I don't really find that a good use of taxpayer money as well. Thank you.
Other comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Laura Ruth. I'm here this evening speaking as a taxpayer and a citizen. I'd like to just begin by applauding Ms. Spencer and the stakeholders and project partners for working together to try and preserve the artwork that exists in the mural. I think it's really laudable what's going on. And I thank the Commission for being patient and allowing that process to work through and encouraging it. I am disappointed that the developer is only putting forth $20,000 for the preservation of what I consider to be really one of the crown jewels of public art in our community. When I graduated from the MPA program at KU, my parents came to Lawrence, and that was where I had my graduation pictures taken, and my mom and dad stood in front of that and very proudly had that picture on their wall. I think a lot of people have used that as a backdrop, and $20,000, not very much money. So, having said that, I'd like to just address more globally the issue of public incentives as they relate to the proposal that's been put forth. Bill Fleming said it nicely that lenders don't like TDDs and TIFs. Well, I would argue that some taxpayers don't like them either. This incentive request represents the use of government funds to subsidize what I believe is what the private sector developer, something he can finance on his own. I believe that the but-for provision that was defended by Springstead as applied to the earlier 9th and New Hampshire project was abused. And this latest request is also suspect simply by association. Clearly, if a developer can get public dollars simply by asking, they're going to do it every time. As I see it, once again, we the taxpayers are being asked to subsidize private profit for nominal public good. Of particular concern to me is the industrial revenue bond portion of the request. This means, as I understand it, that the developer will pay no sales taxes on construction materials bought locally. And I guess I'm wondering if you all have identified how much money does that represent? Are we talking $5,000, $30,000? I mean, I don't know, I'm asking. If we could come up with that number, I'd be interested to compare it to the $20,000 versus $50,000 cost to preserve the mural. If you approve this incentive request, in my estimation, you're taking money out of the taxpayers' pockets. It's a direct drain on public resources. We have myriad needs that the city asserts we cannot afford. For public dollars, there are more pressing priorities in our community than a parking ramp and another apartment building. I guess I don't really understand why this subsidy request is being given priority. Why are apartments and a private parking ramp being subsidized with my tax dollars. As Leslie alluded to, I also question whether there's any assurance that the use of this building won't be changed over time, thus misaligning public dollars that are invested. I do not believe that this development should be subsidized by our community. I ask you to reject the developer's request. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Any other public comment?
Mike Trainer. I'm one of the co-developers on the project, and I just want to also point out with this clause that you're proposing to put into our agreement, we have approximately $5 million of private money that's going into this, and then we guarantee the $20 million that it takes for financing the project. And if you put that clause in there, not only does it take away the surety of financing the $20 million, but it also takes away the surety of our investors for putting $5 million of cold hard cash into the project to do this. And you know, it's something that would be very difficult for the project to go forward if that clause is in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, thank you all very much. Diane, could you get me an answer to the sales tax figure?
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to work on that.
Okay, that'll be fine.
estimate for you.
Okay. Sure, please. Hold on just a minute, Bob.
Scott, can you explain to the public what is required as far as parking on a apartment complex located at this corner? What is required by our planning services?
In the CD district, there are no requirements for parking. So anything proposed is proposed because of the on-site demand, the practical demand of the uses of the structure. And so for this particular project, there's no on-site requirement, no requirement for on-site spaces.
And can you comment on the allegations made this evening by several people that the tax incentive given has any relationship with the actual apartments and or the use of those apartments?
Well, again, all the uses are included and permitted in the district, and so there's no direct correlation, as I understand, no direct link
Is there
to
any
that.
dollars being spent on the structure other than any tax relief given for the construction of the apartment complex, other than the parking improvements that are being requested?
I would turn to Diane for the details of that, but my
she's busy.
understanding is no.
Trying to.
Right. I mean, it's essentially it's an eligible expense. The parking structure is eligible. The stuff above ground is not.
Thank you.
Bob, did you have a question?
Well, yeah, I want to comment on two things that Laura said. First of all, and that's right. In the commercial district downtown, you do not have to provide parking for any kind of structure that you build. So either they're going to build it or we're going to build it. If we build it, the last one I think was $18,000 a square foot at the library. Wasn't that close to the number that $18,000 a stall? I'm sorry.
Stall, yeah, it was in that neighborhood.
So, you know, if we go out and spend the money, I mean, we're going to take it from taxes somewhere to put that many spaces either up or down so that they're not on the streets and clog the streets. So in this particular case, I don't understand the real difference between this situation, because they're providing the extra parking spaces that they're not required to put in place. Furthermore, all those tax dollars are net new tax dollars that are not going to be there if the project doesn't go forward. So yes, it is public funds. Most certainly it's public funds, but it's not public funds coming out of existing coffers right now. It's the anticipation of net new funds that are going to be rebated for a parking structure that either they're going to build or we're going to build in order to have a functioning downtown. So, you know, there's a lot of trade-off there. I mean, I don't see that it's a direct advantage in terms of a tax windfall for the developer, because those spaces have to occur one way or another. Otherwise, they're going to be parked out in the neighborhoods, and we're going to be clogging the streets, and it's just the downtown's not going to function. So, it's, if it was for the apartment building itself, I'd say you're absolutely right. That's not fair.
Another thing that we have to take into consideration too, over the last 30 years, the amount of redevelopment that we've tried to encourage in downtown to be able to help make our downtown stronger. And, let's be honest about it, the only thing that we've had to do, the ability, is to build up. So any new parking's got to go below ground or build parking structures that the city's going to own and, maintain for a long period of time. I mean, those are real costs that, that this government's going to have to come up with ways to figure out how to pay for it. And that's when it's going to affect real property tax dollars from every existing taxpayer in Lawrence, Kansas, or refinance of the parking system that we have. So those are the things that we have to take into consideration, Laura. This is, the kind of job that, we're trying to make sure that we have a strong downtown forever. And being a small business person, who's in downtown along with several of my colleagues, we understand and appreciate, there are real dollars that are being spent by folks, and these are pay-as-you-go projects, and they have to produce to be able to make ends meet on these projects. So we take it very serious and make sure that we've covered the bases that we have. And, the new projects, even though they're not required to have to provide their own parking, as, again, a small business person who's right around the corner from here, I don't know where our parking system, our current parking system, would be able to absorb any of the parking that's required or would be placed on the streets right now and take away from other spaces for shoppers and visitors to downtown to be able to park. So, it's a lot of work by a lot of people to make sure that it happens on a real basis, but do appreciate your comments. Thank you. Okay. Other questions of staff? And I think, one that we've got to talk about is Resolution 8971, if we're going to proceed as written, or if we're going to ask staff to visit with developer about what language changes, or if there is the need for the language that is being presented, currently in that development agreement, the 503B. Bob, I think I understood.
So, yeah, Bob expressed his opinion.
Yeah, I think we got that one.
So that's pretty clear. When I read it,
No, I got it. Thank you.
when I read it, I understood the intention and appreciated the spirit with which it was written. There's multiple issues that I have with the language being inserted into this document, not only at this point in the process, but in general for any further processes. I believe the city has multiple tools to enforce these types of behaviors, and I think that we need to carefully craft the language and not try to do something. I don't think it was staff's intent for us to approve this necessarily this evening. It was their first try at this, and I think we need to move forward with an agreement, and we need to remove the language and try to make it the best it can be so it's applicable to any situation, so it's not discriminating against location or land use or the potential owners. It needs to be about what we're trying to achieve, which is performance of projects where the public good is involved, that we need to have those projects accountable in some way in the future.
Commissioner, one of the reasons that I bring up PERC, obviously now Jeremy and I sat on the Public Incentive Review Committee. I suppose if we were going to have that dialogue, that's the best place to start, where that language may come from. That gives public opportunity to begin a process on whether or not there's going to be language necessary, that comes along in development agreements. Anytime a public incentive is given on a project. So we can look at it that way. I guess, is there any interest then in having staff and the developer meet about any additional language or other language that may exist in that section?
Thank you, Mayor. This particular addition to the resolution, to me, is a very quick and very fast. I'm not sure I understand all the ramifications of what we would do tonight if we did this. I think there's a lot of things that could happen that we had no intentions of. I'm also not totally convinced that even though it's for a good cause, the health and safety and welfare of our citizens, I'm not convinced that this would do that. There are many penalties that would seem to be logical that don't work. And this is, there can be financial problems that we would have with this. I talked to a couple people today. One was a banker and asked them what their opinion was. And their opinion was that this would make it more expensive to build, make it more difficult to finance, and could prevent these type of actions to occur. And this is independent of what we've heard tonight. So because of I think there are too many unknowns with this that I would not be able to support this particular addition to this resolution tonight. I certainly would be interested to see if something could come through the PERC committee or come through that would study this and look at this and look at the ramifications and try to educate me on those things. But this particular one, although well-intentioned, to me has a significant chance of causing problems that we never intended. And I would have difficulty supporting this tonight. And I don't think I would tie these two together. This is a project that was approved a year ago, and they've already built one building. These two are interconnected, and I think there's some obligation by the City Commission to be consistent. And if we were to change in the middle of the ball game the rules, it would seem to be not to be fair and reasonable or consistent. So for these reasons, I would support striking this, taking it to the PERC committee or the appropriate area, looking at it to see if we could come up with something that would work in the future and do exactly what it was intended to do.
Jeremy, you have a comment?
This is you have to weigh here we want to be friendly to people that want to spend their money and help us to build density downtown and do whatever we can to help foster a culture to where that happens. I was reading some articles last night from cities all across the country, and it's interesting that the cities that are developing density downtown, their only regret is that they didn't do it bigger, because that has created the vibrancy culture to bring people and make it ultimately sustainable. And that's really, I think, what we want as far as our downtown is concerned. The competing value with wanting to continue to encourage this type of development is, frankly, when tax dollars are used to fund something, even though the developers may not have anything but a sublet on a tenant that goes into a building, and stuff starts to happen, we look foolish, and the city looks foolish, and people who invest their tax dollars look foolish. And so to me, there's got to be a way to, I told Chad in the newspaper, it's a good conversation to have, because we've got to figure out how to encourage this type of development, but yet at the same time make sure that the interests of the public are protected. So, Dave, I've got a question. So let's say, hypothetically, what mechanisms do we have in place right now that would allow us to, they've already said that a bar is not going in there. I believe them. In agenda review, it was said yesterday that had no problems with this developer whatsoever. They've been awesome and respectful. And guys, thanks again for $20,000. I do think that's a sizable chunk. No offense. Because it could have been zero. And so I'm just very impressed with everything that you're doing. What mechanisms do we have in place that would, be able to fix something should it go down?
Well, good question, Vice Mayor. We do have some tools. They are not as maybe as trustworthy as we wish. If it's an establishment that does sell alcohol, if that's what would happen in the future, if the property would transfer, they would get an appropriate change in use and be able to have something that would sell alcohol. We do issue an occupational license. Where we have the difficulty is our ability to revoke that if there is a problem in regards to that, where we usually have to go to the state and request a hearing. As Hugh Carter mentioned, we've had some success, probably more from the bully pulpit of saying, hey, state alcohol beverage control, we've got a problem, do something about it, than actually a judicial administrative means. That was the magic establishment that was there. There's, I guess, 24th Street. It's back behind the McDonald's area off of 23rd Street, where we were successful, at least in getting change in ownership in regards to that establishment. So we have some challenges there. Again, I don't. This developer, this group, I don't. Stay in good health. They'll be great for a 22-year run. We don't have a problem with that. It's just that we don't have a lot of great tools in regards to our ability to work with those types of situations. Clearly, they've got a lot on the line as well. They've got a huge investment there. That plays very strongly to, well, they've got a financial incentive not to have problems in that establishment as well. I think our intent was to show you that we could have some more explicit language. It may not be something that we want to pursue. We clearly are working hard to make this project happen. So leave it for your consideration. Am I getting at your question? I'm not sure that. I mean, we've got, when there's obviously situations that occur in any property aren't necessarily, and we've had, Commissioner Shum was talking about, it's not necessarily their problem just because something bad happens on their property. That can happen on all of our property, happen in this building, happen in our personal property. It's not necessarily because we did something wrong. It would be up to the city commission, and Bill makes a good point. There's future city commissions. What are they going to be thinking in regards to that as well? I see it as a partnership where we're moving forward with them for a couple of decades, and we don't know what that future holds. And really, do we want to have additional authority beyond what we have right now? And do we want it to be more explicit? There's any number of provisions in there that they've got to follow through on in regards to following the law, and we can terminate the agreement if they don't, or if they don't meet their pledges. If we don't meet our pledges, they've got recourse against us as well. It's a partnership over those years.
Well, and I guess in the spirit of that kind of language, and I like the way that you set a partnership. I mean, this seems quasi-reactionary to what went down at the Oriad, and kind of unfairly due to the timing of this, it's kind of all being dumped at once. And so I think we do need to look at what mechanisms we do have. I'm not sure that because of all the things that have been said tonight, that doing it with withholding incentives is going to be the best way to do that. But I think we do need to, because I don't know that that's being a good partner. I think that's, kind of ruling by intimidation, dictatorial almost. But we also have to protect the public's money. So, I mean, there's competing interests there. And maybe this isn't the best answer, but I think it's incumbent upon us to figure out what that is. And so, and I don't know the best way to move forward with that. You guys have been doing this longer than I have. So any suggestions that you would think would be great. But so I'm in agreement with the rest of you. I mean, I think, looking at this first and kind of taking a step back, maybe removing this language for right now, moving forward with the development agreement is something that I would support.
Yeah. Then I do suggest that, to be fair, the projects that are in pipeline now, operate under the current language and agreements that we have, and that what we do is that we have the Public Incentive Review Committee start a dialogue on this at their next regular scheduled meeting, for consideration. Fair enough?
Yeah, the only thing is, in that dialogue, they certainly need to get a hold of some major lenders, people that lend $20 and $30 and $40 million, and see what their reaction is to that kind of covenant being placed on a loan,
Very good idea, and we're going to have some help that exists on the PERC now, and maybe we'll be able to get that. Okay. Diane, were you able to get the figure for the sales tax?
Yes, Mayor, and this would only just be an estimate. The sales tax exemption only relates to the materials that are used in construction. So typically, when we work on calculating what that estimated sales tax amount might be, we look at a range of, if you assume 30 to 50% of the total project would be material costs. And then you apply the local sales tax amount to that. I would get a range between $187,000 to approximately $312,000 with using the 30% to the 50%. And that's the local share. So that's the city and the county amount, which is 2.55% sales tax. Of course, the biggest benefit to the developer comes from the exemption of the state share of the sales tax, which is 6.3%.
Laura, you're right. It is a large amount of money, but at the same time, also there's buying power from the individuals that are going to be living in the facility itself, and they're going to spend a lot of money in and around Lawrence, Kansas. So we got to figure that against that balance also. So I think that there's a number of ways that you can figure it. In the end, it's still money, and needs to be treated respectful, along with everybody involved with the project. So we appreciate everybody's comments this evening. Okay, so we have decided that we will not change or add the additional language in 8971, the 503B. That will be taken out. Is there a specific action that we need to take on the mural?
I do not believe that there is. I think that it's my understanding that we are waiting on the group that has presented a strong consensus as to how to move forward to take those necessary steps, and recognize that we're here to help. If they need to talk to us some more, we'll be part of that. That was my understanding.
Okay, so then a private agreement will be worked out between the developer and Spencer. Is that how I understand this?
Yes. However, we will be coming to the city. However, we will be coming back to the city with a request.
Okay, thank you. So we all understand that. Okay, David?
I assume that's a monetary request?
That's correct.
Good guess.
No, I just thought that'd be.
Okay, so then the first item to consider is...
Excuse me, Mayor. One item that I want to just clearly draw your attention to is the easement that is also being granted to the development. Conveniently, it is on the north side of the project, where it's my understanding the new mural will be located. Just wanted to let you know that that's been a request that's been associated with the project for some time. I just didn't want you to step over that. It's essentially an easement on the city's parking lot that we will not build on that parking lot. And it's viewed as important for the development, because if we would build to their property line vertically, that would diminish the value of the views, obviously, and others for that property. When we've talked about it, as far as what we can positively recommend it, we think it's unlikely that we would build there. We also think that if we would entertain something on that site sometime in the future, a breezeway type connection mid-block would be probably appropriate, and so that's something that we think that is appropriate. But I just didn't want you to approve all of these things and not at least have had that pointed out to you.
Okay. Anybody have any questions about the easement?
I saw that. It was interesting.
Yes, ma'am.
And may I just add that we would appreciate some consideration of the mural included in this easement, protection of the mural included in this easement.
Okay.
So it's on the north side of the building, which is where the mural is, but not where it will be.
Right.
It'll be on the east side. It will be on the north? Oh, the reconfigured, right. Okay, so the mural's going to be on the north just like it is now.
That was my understanding.
All right.
Is that...
Because other renderings you had, I just was confused then. Good.
So is the new side of the mural then going to be in this easement?
Well, the new side of the mural will be on essentially where the existing mural is now.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yes. Although it will be of a different configuration, but. Right, okay, we'll be at that location. And for some time through this project, the development has requested a easement that would run with the apartment complex to ensure that there would not be something built within that 30 feet.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that what you do is have Diane, or probably Diane because she's been involved with all this mural stuff, work out an agreement or be involved with the agreement of all this thing to see if this is going to be in that easement so that, this is protected so we don't have to look at this again. Is that be appropriate?
Sure. I mean, but that would be fine. I'm not, the mural's going to be on the building. It needs to have certain legal protections that run with it so that we hopefully never have this issue. It's
Right.
able to stay there, maintain all those things.
If we grant the easement, then the mural can stay there, right?
Well,
It's implicit then.
It really doesn't touch the mural. It's
Right.
just on our property.
Right, and it doesn't allow development within 30 feet of the existing wall into our parking lot.
Correct.
And then it de facto protects the
Right.
viewability of the mural. Even
view
if
of the
somebody,
mural.
if we were to sell that lot and we would build a gangway or breezeway through that area, and then there would be a place to see it, just like we have another mural in a breezeway between blocks.
Correct.
So it would be viewable and not destroyed by another building butting up against it.
That is all our easement does.
Yeah.
At least as it's proposed.
But it wasn't, it originally was to protect the use and ventilation of the existing apartments.
Correct.
It now has a secondary purpose of protecting accessibility to the mural.
Correct.
Kind of, but the mural will be on their property.
Yes.
The mural.
And could we not ask the developer for a 6-inch easement on their property? That way it protects that mural into perpetuity?
I think, Commissioner Shum, that the best thing that we can do is that we've got the artist community that's very familiar with those issues and their protections. We've got the property owner that's building the structure and investing in that, is that they have a meeting of the minds as to how to protect that mural. And if there's things that we can do as a city to be part of that, we can certainly find ways to do that. I don't know what that level of an easement would necessarily do for us. But if there's something we can do, I think we'd recommend that to you. This is just the easement that says we've got a parking lot. We're never going to build on it unless we somehow mutually agree that we're going to vacate this easement that runs with the property there into perpetuity.
Hold on just a minute, Trey. Bill, can you handle this?
Commission, we're happy to enter into an agreement with the Art Center or Spencer Art Museum. Yes.
Spencer Museum of Art.
Okay.
Spencer Museum.
Ma'am? Okay, thanks.
And have some discussion about having access to it, maintaining it, insurance requirements, all of those kinds of things. We're happy to do that. I don't really want to see that as part of some type of a separate easement that will probably run in perpetuity. Someday maybe this building gets torn down. Hopefully, not till 200 or 300 years, but there may be someday that the building's torn down, and if the building's torn down, then the mural will probably get torn down with it or will get relocated, just like we're having this discussion today. And some future city commission 200 years from now can be talking about this again. But, we're not going to agree that the mural can stay there in perpetuity because we can't put that kind of restriction on our building. But I think we can come up with a very reasonable agreement in working with the Spencer Art Museum. So.
Thank you. Terry, you have one more comment?
I was just wondering if we could tie the easement to the fact that the mural is still there and grant the easement as long as the mural is there.
It's a good idea.
You can do that. Our easement would run with the mural being maintained on the north side of the building.
Is that a problem?
Do that?
How's that really?
Now you have to decide who's going to maintain it, who's going to paint it, what happens if somebody throws,
Well, I suggest everybody work that out.
graffiti on it. There's a lot of issues there. I think it'd be better if we just had a separate agreement with with the people that are putting in the mural and keep this separate easement really simple and not tie the two together. That'd be my recommendation, but, I'm just a lawyer in this deal, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
Keep it simple.
okay, thank you. Okay, back to the items at hand then. Okay. We have a number of items to consider here. What, last chance, what do we feel is our role in the mural to allow the agreement to continue to work privately? And then
Their private agreement.
Their private agreement, and then allow, or have Commissioner Reardon's suggestion, about the easement, or see if that can be worked out, that our easement runs with, length of the time the mural is going to be established on the wall, or however you said it.
I guess I wonder if, the most important thing we do is the financing. The easement and the mural, I think, are somewhat tied together, and to give them, and I don't know that they have to be done tonight concurrently with the other recommendations. And there might be some benefits of delaying that aspect of it.
Well, if we don't have a project here in a minute, I don't think we're going to have to worry about an easement. But
No, I'm saying to say that the project, but the easement, does the easement have to be given tonight along with the rest of it? Or would just be a good idea?
I think we need to get the easement done because we've got to go out and do financing and go through our process of getting lenders to look at the project. The part of that process, they will go through and have a survey done, and they'll look at all the easements and all the restrictions of record, and that's part of their due diligence. And I think it's important for us to keep our project moving and be on time that we get the easement done. I mean, again, the easement's not being requested because of the mural. The easement's being requested for life safety issues, to provide fire access, to provide a fire separation between the buildings. Those are the reasons we're asking for the easement, and they're not really in any way tied to the mural.
So
now,
then
it's always your prerogative to tie it to the mural if you want to. I'm not saying you can't do that, but
the agreement will be between Spencer Museum of Art and you all, can be done before the second reading of this item, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
That's what we need to do.
That would be sufficient for me.
Okay?
Yeah.
Is that all right with everybody? Can't see it. Okay. Back to the items on the agenda then. Thank you all very much. Dave, you have a last comment.
Mayor, it'd be appropriate before you take your actions to close the public hearing.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Moved.
We got a motion down here.
Second.
Motion made and second to close the public hearing, made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Dever. All in favor of that motion, aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. First item then is to consider first reading of ordinance number 8971. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Not as written, but as amended without the language of 503B, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I would entertain that motion to approve 8971 on first reading.
Moved.
Second.
Motion made and second was made by Commissioner Shum, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor of that motion, aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Next is consider adopting resolution number 7066, resolution of intent to issue up to $24.5 million in industrial revenue bonds for the North Project. All in favor of that? I'm sorry.
He moved, I'll second.
Motion made and second, made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Dever. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Next item is to consider adopting first reading ordinance number 8979, approving the Transportation Development District. Do I hear a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second by, motion was made by Commissioner Reardon, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. And then the last is for the easement, and do we want to proceed with that this evening, as suggested?
Yes,
Okay.
8971.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve a request to approve an easement onto the adjacent city-owned property, parking lot property on the North Project. And I assume that we will put the necessary paperwork together, or whatever the readings are going to be of the legal description of that. So I would entertain that motion.
Moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for the approval of the easement made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Reardon. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. And then to consider the approval of restricted covenant agreement requiring the developer to maintain the parking garage structure in the north project. Entertain that motion, and that's an agreement.
Second.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Farmer, second by Commissioner Reardon. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much.
And thanks, everybody, on this whole mural.
Yeah, thank you for all
cooperation
your
stuff.
work.
Wow, that was impressive. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is consider the extension of the use of right-of-way and closure of the northbound lane of New Hampshire from 9th Street south to the Arts Center for the remainder of the 900 building project or until December 31st of 2014.
This item shouldn't take too long. We've been in front of the commission a couple other times. Basically, the Marriott project to the south at 9 in New Hampshire on the southeast corner is requesting to maintain the northbound lane closure so they can complete the construction work. They had a deadline of March 31st. We had both the north lane and the southbound lane closed. And they are wanting to go ahead and reopen the southbound lane. The parking lane would also be open, but it would be restricted from parking, maybe a drop-off zone and or fire access. So you basically just have the southbound lane open, northbound lane would be closed. We had that condition previously as they redid the storm sewer, and then again they had that area extended or closed for an extended period of time until they got the garage up out of the ground, and now they have requested to go ahead and maintain that northbound lane closure until the end of the project or December of next year. They've contacted the Arts Center, the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, and Downtown Lawrence, Inc. Everybody is okay with that, and they've been real good to work with as far as when events come up. They will pull all the fencing back and have it open both north and southbound. First Management has a couple representatives here tonight if you have any questions for them. They've been pretty responsive. Last time you guys wanted some extra signs put up, they got those put up the next day. They've been responsive. Anytime we get a complaint from a subcontractor that's new to the job and drives on Rhode Island, they get right on top of that. So they've been pretty good to work with.
Any questions of Chuck? Chuck, do we have any idea when the North Project will begin and whether or not there's going to be a request to close traffic along New Hampshire Street to the north of 9th?
There was a traffic control plan, I believe, with the last item, but yes, the northbound lane will continue to be closed when that north project goes ahead. And about July 15th or June 5th, June? Which one? July 15th, they'll be switching up there.
Okay. So then, okay, July 15th. Dave, we talked yesterday in an agenda meeting about the parking situation because we're going to lose parking along New Hampshire Street. You know, with this kind of closure, we'd already taken an action earlier about starting to charge on the top floor of the existing parking garage in the 900 block of New Hampshire Street across from the Arts Center, about possibly delaying that, you know, until some of the parking frees up along the street again, rather than going ahead and charging. I suggested that we delay that until Labor Day or somewhere in there, take a look and see how far we are. You know, because it is going to be kind of a hindrance for a number of people to be able to park, and I think it's appropriate to do that. But, what do we think of this?
Nothing like free parking.
There we go. Okay. Any other questions of Chuck? Okay. Thanks, Chuck.
Thanks.
Public comment? Any public comment? Okay. Micah, do you guys have anything? Nothing? Okay. Back to the commission. Oh.
I'll speak to it a little bit. One of the considerations that when we had presented the project previously that we didn't foresee was that we had the crane set off of the alley side, and we thought that that's where the crane would be located. And now it has to be on the New Hampshire side. And when you look at the site plan of that, there's a large street that, the street that goes through in the drop-off for the hotel. Well, that is all partially over the garage, because the parking garage extends below the sidewalk in order to get the width of the garage that we needed to have the adequate turning spaces. We cannot place the crane directly over that extension of the garage due to the heavy loading that's required. So that in some parts is part of the issue that we're having. And also the storm line, the reconstruction of the storm sewer was not anticipated, and we had to come back and do that as part of the project. Those are a little bit of the compounding efforts that are why that street closure has extended beyond what we had anticipated when we first presented the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Well, then, the item before us then is to consider an extension of the use of the right-of-way until December 31st. We want to go that far? Do we want to relook at it again?
I'm sure they're not going to keep
I'm
the crane
sure
out
they're
there any
not.
longer than they have to.
I'm sure that's true.
Money.
That's true. Okay.
I'd move approval.
Okay. Your second?
Second.
Motion made and second to approve the use of the right-of-way, 900 block of New Hampshire Street, until December 31st of 2014. Made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Dever. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. And at this time, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. Thank you. Get everybody rounded up. They're coming.
I'll give you demerit. He's out in the hallway.
He is?
Just can't name it.
Didn't you hear the call of the gavel?
I guess not. Gentlemen? Well, he's got to be somewhere.
He's in the hallway.
All right.
He was.
Oh, here he comes. Okay. Next item on the agenda is to consider approving the following items related to Rock Chalk Park. And they are the Rock Chalk Park Project Kansas Relay events. Consider approving temporary certificate of occupancy for the track and soccer building and the track stadium to accommodate the Kansas Relays. Consider approving the lighting plan for the exterior lights associated with Rock Chalk Park and the City Rec Center. And then consider approving a temporary use of public right-of-way event permit for the use of no parking signs as identified by the attachment of the map that's been provided for various city streets on Wednesday, April 16th to Saturday, April 19th for the Kansas Relays. And then consider approving signs of community interest request for approval of 2 directional signs at the intersection of West 6th and George Williams Way for the Kansas Relays event. And provided that a temporary certificate of occupancy for the track and soccer building and stadium has been issued, and also to consider approving the trail master plan for the multi-use trails to be located at Rock Chalk Park, City Rec Center site, and adjacent park property. Scott.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Scott McCullough with the Planning Office. I will summarize and highlight a few points of each of these items. Please note that there are several in the audience that can answer questions or attending tonight to answer your questions. Some of these items are more self-explanatory than others, so I won't dwell on some of them, but I'll provide you some highlights where I think they make some sense to do so. Using the memo in your report would highlight that really A, C, and D, the temporary certificate of occupancy, the public right-of-way event permit, and the signs of community interest go directly toward the Kansas Relays event. And that event is provided in this document, Kansas Relays event, whereby Kansas Athletics has provided you and the public information as to a little more details of the event. 4/16 through 4/19 would be the days that the event would take place. There's information on public parking numbers and location, including the request to use some of the public streets for parking, which is an agenda item for you. Information on bus parking and drop-off. Information on use of the lights. It is anticipated that most, if not all, the lights will be used for different aspects of the relays. They would be turned off by 11:30 p.m., which is a condition of the special use permit. There's a requirement to install portable restrooms, and we have been working to coordinate with athletics on the number and location of those. You have in your packet a lot of their operations in diagram form. So you have that information as well, where the main entrance, for example, would be, and so on and so forth. So if you have questions about that, KU Athletics is represented tonight by several individuals. So turning directly to the temporary certificate of occupancy, we'll use these diagrams that we call TCO diagrams to walk you through what we've been working on with the contractor and with KU Athletics. Essentially, the areas in blue in this diagram would be open to the public. This is the main walkway. These would be the parking lots in use, and the portions in red then would be off limits, would be barricaded per our requirements, per our inspection, and intend to keep the public out of those areas. Whoops. This then would be the infrastructure and parking available for the public use. All of the streets, including Rock Chalk Drive, would be open to the public, approved, inspected, and open. These paved, concreted parking lots would be open. What wouldn't be available is the overflow grass parking area and a good portion of the city recreation parking lot. This would be maintained as laydown area for the rec center construction that is occurring right now. And then we have been working off diagrams that speak to the individual buildings about where barricades would go, what portions of those buildings would be open, so on and so forth. And so those are the diagrams that we have been working from. Essentially, just to address the temporary certificate of occupancies, we've been working daily and weekly with the contractor and subcontractors to inspect and check off punch list items on all the life safety issues, requirements that are necessary to open it up to public use. So that's all in your packet of information. I won't go into those very much. And then I won't touch upon the right-of-way permit for no parking or the signs of community interest. I think those are pretty straightforward. We're available for questions if you have any. The Trail Master Plan, Parks and Rec has submitted a memo on this. There are a series of plans in your packet that advises on what the main concepts, what the layout would be. Again, I won't walk you through every part of this, but it includes a network of concrete recreation paths and crushed asphalt paths. And details are in your packet, and any number of individuals can speak to questions that you may have on that. Tonight, there are still some unresolved issues associated with the trail plan. I think what we're seeking is your approval of this concept, of this plan in concept form, to keep everyone moving and progressing toward the installation of those trails. The last item for your consideration that I need to talk to you about is the lighting plan for exterior lights. I have provided you a memo, and I'll spend a little bit of time on this because this has been an item of contention. In December of last year, we brought to you a couple of items. One was recognition that we didn't get the process exactly right. The lights were installed before the approval, before the City Commission saw the plans and approved them. And so what that did is back us up, and you directed us to work with, at the time, was Mr. Jack Graham, a property owner that had made some comments at that December meeting. Subsequent to that meeting, we did several things to try to get Mr. Graham some information. We gave him all information that was requested. We took the extra step to hire a engineering consulting firm, Candela, that put all of the lighting data together for us and came up with a combined photometric plan, which essentially addressed the light spill item. In any lighting plan, there's always the amount of light spill that is measured kind of horizontally at the property line, and then there's the glare issue. Can you see the bulb, and what's the impact of that bulb in the fixture? What Candela, the results of the Candela report were that it met the intent of the code. There's no specific requirement to meet any particular foot candle at the property line for this type of outdoor light, but we strive for a certain number of foot candle, and it meets that. And so at just a few points, I think it was the 1 foot candle or 0.2 foot candle. I'll have to look at that a little bit closer to tell you the exact number. But in essence, the Candela report reflected that it meets the intent of the code for light spill onto property. And we shared that report with Mr. Graham as well. Would note that the lights were designed according to the NCAA recommendations for sports venues. We shared that information, I think, in December. We shared it again, the best lighting practices, in our December 10th memo to you. I share with you in this memo the code standards relative to field lights, outdoor recreation lighting, because they're a little bit different. They recognize, first and foremost, that there are unique requirements for nighttime visibility, and so they have these standards alone. They may not exceed a maximum permitted post height of 60 feet. We brought to you in December a waiver request that would allow them to be taller. That does a couple of things. It means typically less poles, and it means higher poles so that the angle of the light fixture is such that the glare shield does more work. The lights are not to flicker or flash, and that is true in these instances. They may not be illuminated after 11:30. That is true for all of the field lights by SUP condition, except the tennis court lights. We took the extra step because of its relationship distance-wise to Mr. Graham's property to shut off no later than 10:30 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and no later than 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. So that was already a code requirement of the SUP. As-built lighting and photometric plans are required. So we took the additional step per Mr. Graham's request to do before-built plans. That was the Candela report. So we took that extra step to provide that information, make that available to the public. And then this is an important one, where lighting shall be designed to the maximum extent feasible to minimize adverse impacts. Doesn't say they shall be completely eliminated. There's no way to eliminate the impacts of outdoor field recreation lights. So what we did is we did, again, design them or review the design for taller lights to reduce glare. We employed the conditions related to earlier shutoff times. And since then, we learned more about how athletics plans on using the lights, and we provided you a schedule of their seasons, their sporting seasons, in terms of what could be anticipated. A lot of times in our interaction with the public on lights, it's a little bit of the fear of the unknown that is creating some of the contentious elements to these projects. And KU Athletics was good enough to share their season with us, and that was highlighted in this memo, where if you count them up, you're looking at, upwards of 20 nights per year if they were going with the schedules they've have in the last few years. Now, that's subject to change. There's no limit to the number of nights that they can use the lights for athletic events, for sporting purposes. But keep in mind, too, that this is per event, so it's probably, in the range of 5+ events for the softball field each year. Generally, these lights will not all be on at once. They'll be on for each event and not on at one. There's a cost associated with running these lights as well. So subsequent to sharing all of that information with Mr. Graham, we have met on site a couple of different times. Last evening was the last time we met on site, and we show you a little bit where Mr. Graham's property is. We met on site at Mr. Graham's home here and sat on his deck to view the impact, and we had turned on all of the lights, so it's kind of a worst case scenario, if you will, for the impact to the neighbors. The point of this diagram is that many areas are going to be impacted by these lights. As you drive around the community of Lawrence or any community, you see multiple examples of where outdoor recreation lights are viewed by any number of neighbors, residential uses, and other uses that are impacted by them. So I did provide just some information to you on that. Mr. Graham's property was viewed. Mr. Corliss and I went out with Mr. Graham and his attorney, Mr. Hurd, looked at the lights. It's fair to say that they're viewable. There are some trees there. They're probably less viewable in a few weeks when you get some leaves on the trees. And softball seemed to be the one that was the most able to be viewed. I do want to show you, and I will admit that the pictures don't necessarily do it justice. But this just conveys the distance relationship, because we do have many examples in the community where residential uses are immediately adjacent to recreation uses. And so these are taken, you can see the deck fence here, and these capture, these are taken when all the lights were on. So our recommendation, well, I guess I should say the other part of the value of sharing the information about the sport venue is because that provides all of the surrounding properties an expectation of when the lights will be on, how many times a year the lights will be on. One of the concerns noted throughout the process was the non-sport related events and whether lights would be used for those events and the impact on that. One of the we don't know about those because we haven't had any events submitted, any temporary events submitted. But one of the compromises that we are willing to make with Mr. Graham is to provide him notice of any temporary event permit, and that's in your memo as a recommendation for you to direct us to do. The code does not require that now. So as the special use permit was approved, there was no condition that temporary event permit notice be provided here. That was an outcome in our discussions about the lighting plan. And so I think that with the information on the expectation of the sport nights and the extraordinary notice to Mr. Graham on the temporary event permit, it's our attempt anyway to provide Mr. Graham some comfort in knowledge of when the lights will be on so he can plan whatever personal event he has accordingly. And that has been an element from my standpoint in dealing with some of the lighting issues around the community. So with that summary of these issues, I will stand for questions and then call upon others in the audience that can help answer your questions.
Okay. Scott, we talked yesterday in an agenda meeting about other times in the past that we've issued temporary certificate of occupancy, and you mentioned several projects that we had actually done that on. And are we following the same kind of routine and requirements on this project as we have in the previous projects that we've looked at?
We are, Mayor. When we're presented with an instance where parts of a building or in a special event, the Polar building is an example where they want to do an open house. They weren't ready yet for a permanent occupancy permit, but we had worked with them to open up, I think, just certain floors of that building. There were floors that, as I recall, weren't opened to the tour. And so, as just by way of an example, so what we do is we apply the building code, we apply the fire code, and we look for certain site plan elements that have to be there in order to support and accommodate the public.
Okay. And my concern here obviously has to do with, the items that make sure that it's going to be safe for people who are at the event, and we feel that it meets the necessary life safety requirements that exist on site, plus the addition of having the fire department staff there in the event that something happens, correct?
Yes, sir. The fire code element is obviously a key component of that, and at this time there are options. One is that all the systems will be fully operational, tested, inspected, and approved by the fire department. And as a backup, in a more probable scenario, a fire watch will be employed per the memo. I think that's 2 full-service trucks with 8 personnel and plus an ambulance for the duration of the event. And it should be noted, too, that the occupancy permit would only be issued for that specific time period. So a day or 2 before the relays actually take place and the day after to let everybody kind of set up and tear down.
Okay. And then the last question that I have as it relates to the lighting plan, just to the south, if I recall, on Mercado's property, didn't we approve a bunch of residential that doesn't exist obviously yet, that's fairly close to the southern boundary of Rock Chapel Park?
Yes, Mayor, that was, it is noted actually here. I pointed to it from the closest light, approximate closest light here as a future residential use.
Okay. And it's equally as close, if not closer, than Mr. Graham's property?
It is, I think, significantly closer at about 800,
okay.
Between 800 and 900 feet here.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Other questions of Scott? Okay. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Public comment?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Rick Hurd, the attorney for Jack Graham, and I was here back in December to address you on this subject. I want to thank Scott McCullough and Mr. Corliss for taking the time to come out to Mr. Graham's property yesterday evening. I think it was helpful to everyone. We may reach different conclusions about what we viewed that evening, but I do, on behalf of Jack, want to thank them for making the effort to be there. If you recall back in December when we met, when I appeared before you, we asked the city to hire an independent engineer to do an analysis of the photometric information that had been provided by the manufacturer. It was our contention at that time that it wasn't really a photometric plan, it was photometric information. When we left that meeting, it was my understanding that the city was not going to hire an independent engineer, and there was discussion about who should foot the bill for that. So in mid-January, Mr. Graham retained an independent engineer to review the plans at his expense, and we requested wiring plans and other information, which was provided by the city. On March 11th, we received the one-page letter from Candela, the company that was retained by the city to evaluate the plans, together with several pages of drawings. And I understand this was done at the city's expense. Following that emailed report from Candela, I sent an email to Mr. McCullough with some questions about the Candela report. And Mr. McCullough responded within a few days. He had forwarded our questions to Candela for response, and the responses were indicated in Mr. McCullough's email, which we appreciated. There are three important points I want to make about the response from Candela. Number one, the report is based upon the calculations provided by the manufacturer. This was hardly an independent analysis. Number two, the report did not evaluate glare. It says, quote, "These calculations that we performed do not evaluate glare. They only evaluate the quantity of light that hits the ground." This is a critical omission. The third point is that the report indicates that the hoods and shielding used by the contractor are, quote, "reasonable, but not the absolute best that can be found on the market." I'd like to show you a drawing that we received from an engineer in St. Louis that illustrates the types of hoods that are available in the marketplace and how this could be made better than the existing shields and hoods on those light fixtures. This is what's available in the marketplace, and it hasn't been used.
Rick, can you put that up so that everybody can see?
Sure. Well, Diane will. Okay. Thanks, Brian. Thank you. There we go. Now, the code, as Mr. McCullough just said, indicates that the requirement is to minimize the impact to the maximum extent possible. That's what the code requires. It's our submission to you tonight that the hoods and reflectors used by the developer are not minimizing the impact to the maximum extent possible. And in any event, this hasn't even been analyzed as to whether this would improve the situation. Now, yesterday evening when we met, the lights were turned on so we could see the effects firsthand. And Mr. McCullough indicated that all the lights were turned on and it created a worst case scenario. I would submit to you that it doesn't, because it did not include the tennis court lights or the parking lights. As far as the stadium and softball fields, yes, it had both of them on at once, but it didn't include the tennis courts lights. There are photographs that we have. Now, I appreciate, and I want to be very, very careful when I present a photograph to you to make sure that you understand that every camera that was out on that deck last night probably has a different view of the world. This is a shot that Mr. Graham took, and the camera that he had a slightly photometric lens to it. This shows the same view, and if you'll notice that, excuse me, telephoto, I'm sorry. I get photometric in my mind. As you can tell, this is about at sundown. It's not yet dark. When he took the same view a little bit later, you can see that from his vantage point, it was much more noticeable. Now, neither the developer nor the city's engineer have ever measured or evaluated the amount of light that is classified as glare. And this is the problem we're going to have from this facility. Mr. Graham used a light meter while we were standing on the deck. It showed 3 to 4 foot candles of light standing on the deck. The light lit up his bedroom sufficiently so that when we joked about it, you could do hand puppets on the wall. There was that much light from the glare coming from these lights. In fact, the comment was made that he'd have to pull the blinds to make it truly dark in the room. There's absolutely no stopping Rock Chalk Park, and we know that. This train has left the station. And we're not expecting to stop Rock Chalk Park. The impact on Mr. Graham and all future residents in this area, including those to the south in Mercado, is a permanent and significant reduction in the quality of their living environment. It's unfortunate that this wasn't addressed earlier, and I'll give you an example. If you look at the plans, there are 4 banks of lights on the west side pointing east. There are 2 banks of lights on the east side pointing west. Maybe that could have been flipped around. We'll not know the answer to that because it's already a done deal. Repeatedly, the city has indicated that the way that they mitigate the adverse effects of stadium lighting is by restricting hours of use. Currently, the SUP allows the stadium lighting and the softball lighting to be on until 11:30 p.m., 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I hardly see how that's mitigating anything by restricting hours of use of these particular lights. Now, it's doubtful that a multi-million-dollar facility like this was built with the intent to use it sparingly. If the city believes that Rock Chalk Park stadium and softball lighting will only be used for 20 days of the year, then put it in the SUP. Or restrict the stadium and the softball field to use by KU only. We don't know what other groups are going to use these facilities. The staff report doesn't contemplate the use of the stadium and softball field by any parties other than KU. The fact is, nobody knows how many nights per week it will be used throughout the year. I have 2 requests for you to consider. Given everything that's happened, number 1, our request is that you restrict the stadium and softball field lighting to the same schedule as the tennis courts during the week. 10:30 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. Allowing them to be on till 11:30 throughout the week is simply unreasonable to the neighbors. The stadium and softball lighting can still be used till 11:30 on weekends, but help them out during the week by restricting it to 10:30. This is a minor compromise, and it would greatly help the neighbors. The second request is to require the contractor to install the best possible light hoods and shields, particularly on the softball field lights. This should have been done in the first place, and I think it's a reasonable request to mitigate the impact on the neighbors. If the city is truly committed to having the best possible project, these are both reasonable requests. I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Questions of Mr. Hurd? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other public comment?
My name is Frank Jansen. I've been around a while. I don't know, I guess KU Athletics is here. They can respond to some of these problems. And I don't know if Gene Fritzl is here. He's had a history.
Frank, make your request to the commission, okay?
Sure.
We'll get answers for you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gene Fritzl has, in fact, we've dealt with him before, artificial turf when it should have been grass. Varsity House should have been moved, and it wasn't. Now, out here at Rock Chalk Park, that is a place that some of us here in this room, in fact, we're trying to stop from taking place. The City Commission tonight is apparently dealing with something that KU Athletics has already, in essence, left the station. There are probably other people here in town who notice the fact that KU Athletics and Kansas Relays have already put forth that this will be at Rock Chalk Park. So I'm curious to know what the definition of this commission meeting is to approve this. And what I would like to know, you can ask them, does KU Athletics have a backup plan if this is not approved here? A woman out here I talked to a little while ago wished the KU Relays would be back in its original location instead of out at Rock Chalk Park.
Okay.
So I'd like to know what is going on if KU Athletics is saying it's going to be here, and you guys are supposed to decide if it's going to be there or not.
Well, ultimately, Frank, the decision will be ours on whether or not to approve the location change for the temporary certificate of occupancy at Rock Chalk Park.
Good. I hope the tail is not wagging the dog here.
Believe me, we have been at City Hall since 2 o'clock this afternoon, and we've taken tours of Rock Chalk Park along with evaluation of our city manager, and to make sure that every piece of safety has been put forth at Rock Chalk Park for us to be able to make the decision tonight.
Okay, but the point is that they have already made the decision for you.
The point, no.
You see this?
That's not true, Frank.
You see this?
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I follow up?
Nope, not yet. Not yet.
You had like 9
Yeah, you had 9 minutes to go, Rick. Okay. Do we have a member of KU that wants to respond to, what was the last question? Oh, the backup plan for the KU Relays.
Hello, I'm Debbie Van Son. I'm a Senior Associate AD for Kansas Athletics. Our backup plan that we have is not to have the relays. We don't have a place to have the relays. As some of you may know, our existing facility in Memorial Stadium is not adequate for running the relays. It's not in a condition that we could do that. So we are looking forward to having the event, hopefully, at Rock Chalk Park.
Okay. Thank you for answering. Okay. Other public comment? Is there any other public comment on these items? Okay. Do we want to hear a last comment from Mr. Hurd?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Hurd?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I apologize. I should have covered this first. One of the issues that you're being asked to approve is the trail plan. And I guess I would ask you to maybe defer that for further discussion. I saw from Mr. Lawhorn's article in the newspaper that there's an 8-foot fire pit on the east side of the rec center, which is very close to Mr. Graham's home. That's new. It wasn't on any of the site plans. I didn't know about it till today. I would like to have the opportunity to talk with staff about that further, and I'd ask you not to take final action on that.
Okay. Do you have a question?
Another comment, another public comment?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
I'm Bob Etzel, Lawrence resident, and I wasn't going to say anything, but you mentioned the fire pit and what's going on with that. My background is Parks and Recs. I was park commissioner in the city of St. Louis. I was in the first 3 meetings that created the first rail trail in the state of Missouri, which became the Katy Trail, and certainly very involved in watching this project. Couple of things. One is I understand the situation with one individual that's living to the east of the park, and understand that one of the things that you said, the lighting was noticeable. But I do think we want to keep a balance in terms of the expenses that we have, because light is noticeable from one person's deck. And if it's 20 nights a week or whatever, I think there's a certain balance here in terms of what you have. It's visible light. It's in the visible spectrum. It's not X-rays or something like that that's harmful for him. So there's got to be a balance here to a certain extent in terms of what you do. In terms of the fire pit itself, I really liked that idea when I first saw it. As a runner, run marathons and a lot of cross-country runs, in the fall of the year and the winter, it's really nice to have something where you've got the fire, the warmth for the runners. It's neat. And a pit, if it's done right, is kind of an iconic addition that you've got as well. So there's been a lot of discussion that I've read across the country about fire pits themselves. And while there are some concerns and some people talk about them, they're very, very popular. I see them all over in Colorado. We've got, 30 or so out at Lake Clinton that don't seem to be causing any problems. So I really like the idea of adding that in. It's far enough away from the building. From what I saw, it shouldn't be an issue there. And if it is a problem in the future, you could put a lid over it and, padlock it down if you needed to. But I do like that idea of having it. And I think that it's really going to be very welcome to runners and people that have special events. So anyway, that's my 2 cents worth in adding it in. I really do like the idea of the fire pit.
Thanks, Bob.
As a note, Bob served on the committee that I worked with, and he's attended every meeting. He's been very active in trying to give good information based on his experiences and his knowledge of both running and working in parks and recreation kinds of settings. So it's been very, very helpful trying to get this done.
Okay.
Just a general comment on the trail, and I think all of you know that I've been very involved in it, and I see Ernie's there, Mark's there, probably some of the other staff that's there have been involved in it, and it is really, really nice. I mean, it is really tuned up to where we think it's going to be just a great asset for the city, and it's ready to go here. I went to Paul Werner's shop the other day to get a large size picture of it because I couldn't see all the detail on the computer screen just to make sure it was all correct. I went over with him a couple of the points that we had that were needing clarification, and I'm convinced it's in excellent shape and it should go forward. The fire pit, as Bob says, it's an extra accent. It's meant to be operational for a cold run. Most of the runs are in the morning. They're not. It's not going to be glaring bonfires and people singing "Kumbaya" at midnight drinking beer. It's going to be an accent for runners. We could, and I don't know what the final design is. We could even include a sheet metal top of some kind that bolts down so that no one comes by at 10 o'clock at night and decides to build a fire and have an instant party. I mean, you could do something like that, but I think it's a good feature for the park. We envision this trail as something extra special. We hope to see some additional amenities put into the trail later on as funds come available, such as benches and water fountains and maybe even some art. So it's quite nice, and I would hope that it moves forward. It's ready to go, and I think the developer wants to get on with it.
Okay.
Thanks, Bob.
Could I say one more thing? I think you're voting tonight on whether to have the Kansas relays or not.
We're voting on whether or not to grant a temporary certificate of occupancy.
Without
for
that, okay.
Frank, one of the items on the menu tonight is to approve the trail. Okay?
Right.
Oh, sure.
Okay, thanks.
There's several items with this, Frank, but that's what we're given. Other public comment? Okay, thank you all for coming this evening. Okay, questions from the commission of staff or any of the people who have come forward tonight?
I am beside myself, frankly, at all of this. Not what we're asking to be approved tonight, but the almost continuing nonsensical opposition to what is going to be something that everyone in this community is going to be incredibly proud of. And you know, I was one of the ones that fought for you guys to get the public money to have the light thing done, and I would have never expected to come back and have an analytical review of why the light plan that we paid to get was inadequate. And I think, frankly, it's a very unrealistic expectation for there to be no light spill from anything. I mean, as I'm driving home from work, I can see the lights on at Memorial Stadium. And, you know, I understand where you're coming from, and I hope that the trees coming by will help. I don't, you know, but if the folks that we hired with public money, with the public's money, because we did drop the ball and we, you know, we had to own up to that, said that it was adequate. I mean, I don't think that we can have this, I can't say what I want to say here, but this match back and forth of what is adequate and what's not adequate. And so I feel like the special event permit application, the notice to be sent to you is completely fair. You know, I mean, frankly, Frank, it's on KO Athletics if we choose not to, you know, do the temporary certificate of occupancy. People advertise stuff prematurely all the time. This is nothing new. I mean, I just think, again, this is so contentious. I hope that we can get to the point as a community when we all stop griping and moaning about how this project has not gone in an ideal manner, and we can get behind it and support it and not let this just be the continuing thorn in our side. I mean, we toured that place today and it was incredible. I mean, I'm excited about it, and it's going to be great for our community. It's going to be great for Lawrence. It's going to be great for citizens in the neighborhoods. It's going to be great for folks to come there. It's exciting because we have a partnership with KU, and, you know, talk about all the procedural things that didn't go in the right way. I mean, the bottom line is, at some point, we've got to make sure that those procedural things don't happen again, and that's where our focus needs to be, and not just continuing to gripe about what happened in the past. So I hope that we can move past this, and I hope that we can really get behind this and not keep finding ways to nitpick and you know, gripe and you know, to raise conflict with things. I am incredibly tired of it, and I just hope that we can get to the point where we're all on the same page with this as a community, because there's always going to be something, and especially with something like this, and I just hope that the same people that are so frustrated about this, you know, I know they're going to be welcome out there, but you know, certainly that would be the irony for them to walk on that premises and to see and to be turned on to just how incredible it's going to be for our community. I think there's so many positive things about this, and I think now we're into the weeds and letting a couple of very minor things really distract us from our vision for this community. So I'm sorry I was holding that in for the last 30 minutes. I apologize for the quasi-outburst there, but so I guess you guys know where I'm at on this stuff. If you don't, I guess you weren't paying attention.
Thanks.
I have one question for KU. Would you have any problems if they restricted the lighting to 10:30 on the weekdays?
You know, there's several sports that are going to be out there, and I deal with softball, so I can speak to that more easily, and Coach Redwine is here to talk about track. And I've also got experience with our softball team. Typically, 10:30 would not be a problem, but there are situations with weather delays and double headers because of weather delays on something like softball, that it would be difficult for me to say that that would absolutely never, ever, ever happen. So the 11:30 is very realistic. I think 10:30 might be pushing it a bit if we had a weather delay and had to have a double header. And Coach, you want to talk about track?
Yeah, I'm Stanley Redwine. As it relates to the track, I believe the same. 10:30 is definitely possible, but in a weather delay, what would you do if you have to delay the meet an hour? It's not unlikely that we'll get lightning or rain and we have to delay the meet. And unfortunately, if you have to delay the meet an hour and then you don't have lights, you don't have time. And so then you have to suspend the competition to where teams are coming in, and it would make it a bad facility. So,
Can I ask a question, please? So both of you are saying that usually your meets or your games are over before 10:30 in the evening during the week?
Typically on, and we gave you some examples. Yes, absolutely. First of all, soccer and softball typically don't play during the week. They might occasionally, but typically they're weekends, particularly once they get into the Big 12 season. So yes, that is an accurate statement.
same with track, we're mostly on weekends.
And done by 10:30 in the evening, I presume?
Done by 10:30.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Mark, did you have comments?
No.
Any other questions? Any comments? Okay. Well, one of the things that I will say, and Jeremy, I appreciate comments of Vice Mayor Farmer. I want you to know that, I have been somebody who has questioned the process of the project, but understand my responsibility tonight is I'm being asked to approve a temporary certificate of occupancy for the allowing of KU to be able to hold the Kansas relays at the site. My job is to make sure that it's safe for the public to attend the relays and make sure that we've done everything to make sure that it is safe at that location. And after going through the field trip today, I believe that the planning director and our staff has done, along with developers, done an incredible job of making sure that that site is ready to hold the relays. I don't think that they can do much more to make it any safer. As far as the lights, the second item, I believe that we as a governing body and as our staff has done everything that we possibly can to make sure that that lighting plan that exists at that location has been done, and we've had it double checked now, and I think that is appropriate. The other, Bob, I want to thank you and others for the amount of work that you've done on the trail master plan. It's probably time to get on with that. I've been somebody who has voted against the expenditure of money at the location. I mean, that's no secret. There's, and I'll continue to do so. But understand, too, I realize I can't stop the project, but it's my statement of being able to say that I'm going to continue to try. But my job now is to make sure that it is safe for the public to be at that location next week during the Kansas Relay. With that being said, the other items I think are simply housekeeping, and I would recommend that we approve the items that are listed on the agenda this evening. And if you want me to read them off, I'll be happy to.
I've got one question for staff first.
Go ahead.
And this has to do with the depth or the thickness of the asphalt filings. And as I recall, in one of our earlier meetings, we talked about an 8-inch base crushed to whatever it crushes to the 6 inches. This calls for a 6 inches crushed to 4 inches. Is what's proposed sufficient, is the question.
Chuck and Mark got your question, and we're prepared to respond to that, Commissioner.
I believe the 6-inch would be sufficient. Mark Heckworth, Parks and Rec, I'm sorry. I believe that would be sufficient. That's what we use on a number of our soft surface trails, whether it's ag lime or or other trail surfaces. So I think that's good.
Okay.
I think if you get more depth, you just basically have a bigger edge that's going to have to be addressed, so.
Fine.
Chuck, did you have anything?
No, I agree.
I concur. Perfect.
I do have one other question. Scott, you may be able to answer this one, or Dave, or our parks people. I live pretty close to Holcomb Park, and we have lights at Holcomb Park. And you know, I don't know if we have a lighting plan there. I assume that we probably have some somewhere. Tell me the difference in the lighting at Holcomb Park as compared to Rock Chalk Park.
Difference in terms of, well, I think part of it is just the difference in recreational lighting for that versus the ability to use TVs and video, and it's a more intense lighting, more lights needed, as I basically understand the fields at Rock Chalk Park versus something at a typical park.
Mark may be able to answer about Holcomb.
Yeah, Holcomb, the lighting system there is a pretty old system, so the glare reduction on those lights isn't anywhere close to what you have at Rock Chalk or at some of our newer lighting facilities. So Hobbs Park was recently lighted. It's similar to what's at Rock Chalk. So the glare at those and even the light spill is much, much less than Holcomb. Holcomb's lighting system is pretty old.
Yeah, Holcomb's all over everywhere, so,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
just to let you know.
We would like to improve that someday.
Is that a request?
If you got money, we'll take it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Put it on the list.
Yeah, budget time, sorry. Anyway, just wanted to bring that up.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions?
I had one more question on the trail, and that had to do with signage or directional objects in and along the way, because it does cut back on itself in several places. And is that the developer's responsibility, or is that the Park and Recs department?
What I think is it's easier to get the trails in place and then go in and figure out where you actually want signs to appear, because there's so many crossings and angles and distance. I think it's easier to actually go in after the fact and say, okay, here's where an entrance sign is, or here's where people are going to get lost and want to know how to get back home. So we do a lot of "You Are Here" signs on a lot of our trails throughout the systems. So I think that's probably the best way to do it after the fact. Let us come in and put them in after the development's done.
I was wondering if it would be advantageous to put any kind of marker in the crushed aggregate itself with arrows to direct people which way to run, and if that's so, would it be ready to do it this time? Should be done at this time?
Again, I would think I would do that after the fact, because I think what you do is probably mark say the red trail is 3.3 miles, as opposed to trying to mark X number of miles, because this thing loops all over the place. It depends on which route you take as to how many miles you went. So some of the parks we have will mark, here's the white trail is 1.3 miles. If you go on the red trail, it's 4 miles. So that just gives people an option when they walk into the trail, knowing how far they're going to walk. And then we'll give them a spot halfway down the trail that says, okay, you're here, you're halfway through, so keep going. So,
thank you.
Okay. Got them all. Okay. One last one, and deals with the hoods that was brought up by Mr. Hurd. I assume because of the plan that was put together, the site plan and the requirements of the lighting there, that goes to the requirements, I'm going to guess, of the NCAA and what is there at this time?
I think is John here tonight, Wilkins?
No.
Okay. I mean, as I understand, the lighting design was designed to meet that NCAA criteria. And so that was a package that you look at in order to find the design that meets that design criteria. And then, of course, you look at budget and you look at reasonableness, and whatever design, whatever package, whatever lighting system, there are different lighting systems out there that meets the criteria at the right cost is the one they employ.
And that meets the criteria and continues to meet our code.
And meets our code in terms of being reasonable in its mitigation efforts, yes.
Okay.
And as I've tried to portray, there are several variables to that. And just because you have a shield doesn't necessarily mean it's going to affect properties differently. There are going to be properties due to topography that the shield may not, that the shield is going to have more or less impact and effect for. And so that's out there as well. So what we try to do is, the shields are an attempt to mitigate glare from adjacent streets and nearby properties.
Okay. And one last thing, the notification that we're giving Mr. Graham of when events are going to happen there, additional events are going to happen, is that, how are we going to notify other residential property in the area? Is there any notification that is given?
Right. I'm glad you brought that up, Mayor. I think if upon your direction, it may be more appropriate to pick a circumference and notify per that circumference. And
the notification that we do on any type of site planning or change of zoning, anything like that, how many feet is that?
That's 200 feet in the city.
And that
1,000
is
county.
to the property owners in that area, correct?
Right.
I think, that is something that's reasonable, that we do that circumference, okay?
And how many days advance notice?
I'm sorry?
How many days advance notice would?
How do we usually, is that 14?
We'll need to look, because we don't have notice in the code now, there's no requirements, so we'll just need to be reasonable about getting notice out there before we approve it, in terms of, it's probably more like a 10-day notice.
Okay.
For a different use other than athletic uses, there has to be a special SUP or a special request of this body, correct?
Right.
Correct.
Is there a notification of that SUP?
No.
There is not?
There is not. It gets placed on your agenda.
Could we tie all that together?
That's what we're attempting to do here, is to say, if we get notice out there, we'll have to do the notice, we'll have to have it presented to us with enough time to provide notice, probably with your meeting date and a link to the application materials.
And that would be for non-KU?
Non-athletic.
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 activities.
So things that count for athletic activities are runs. So if Parks and Rec puts together a 5K run, that's not a temporary event permit, they do that. Any of the field events, anything like that, would not get the temporary event permit. If we do the Lawrence Originals Food Festival in the parking lot or something, that would require the temporary event permit. So that's non-athletic, so therefore we do that event.
And I think that if we were able to use the 200 feet or whatever you had just talked about, that distance, and we were to give a 14-day notice requirement, that's ample time to have people to be able to respond. Agreed? Mm-hmm. Okay. If we can make necessary changes on that, I think it'd be good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay. So we have the temporary certificate of occupancy, the lighting plan to be approved, the temporary use of public right-of-way for the no parking signs and for the various streets on 16th through the 19th. We have the approval of the signs of community interest, West 6th and George Williams Way, and then the approval of the trail master plan. Okay. Any other questions?
I don't think so.
I would entertain a motion then to approve that item as a whole with the changes that we've directed Scott to bring forward, okay?
Moved.
Second. Motion made and second for approval was made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Reardon. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Next item on the agenda is to consider approving the naming of the recreational center at Rock Chalk Park as Sport Quest and direct staff to develop needed marketing materials in preparation for facility opening.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm going to borrow an adjective from Commissioner Farmer or from early in the evening of I am excited to be here tonight to present to you something that we have been working on for several months, your city staff and Miller Myers, a local PR and marketing firm. We have gone through a process to determine a name for the recreational center at Rock Chalk Park. It was recommended that we consider creating a name for the recreation center that was separate from Rock Chalk Park because we want to have the center stand out. We thought that this would help give it a distinct persona from the KU athletics facilities, but also will add value to potential sponsors, which we'll talk about later on in the evening, and will help define the brand image of the facility. We went through, like I said, a process with Miller Myers to come up with how we want the facility to be viewed by the people who use it, our local residents, and also by the people that are visiting from out of town at the tournament facility. We want this facility to be something that is active, amazing, it has a lot of aspirations to it. We want it to be awesome, dynamic, and those were some of the adjectives that we came up with. We came up with several different names through this process, and the name that we all felt that needed to come to you for recommendation is Sport Quest at Rock Chalk Park. We felt that this name was the combination of two simple words, sport and quest, that summarized the dual goal of the facility. They were unique, but simple enough that they could have multiple meanings for marketing purposes. If you approve Sport Quest this evening, our next steps will be to develop the marketing materials for this facility. We are looking at handling this recreation center different than we handle other recreation centers. We'll be developing kind of a different looking, unique website for it. We'd like to do some unique things with social media for Sport Quest, and we'd like to go ahead and get working on some sort of a visual identity separate than what we've done for other recreation centers. Miller Myers, Jana Dawson, and Bob Myers are here to talk tonight. Also, if you have questions about the process and other city staff that were involved.
Questions of Megan?
So I Googled the name, and the first thing that comes up is Sport Quest, the facility that already named this. So
There is a Christian-based ministry called Sport Quest. We felt like that was different enough from what we were doing. We were naming a facility, but we felt like it was a different use, since it's a facility name, a physical name, that we could still use it. It does knock out us being able to use like the Twitter handle Sport Quest, because they've used that, but we have some other ideas in mind.
Okay.
And there was a facility, I'm sorry, also
In Indianapolis.
that is now defunct. That was in the southern
Okay.
part of the country.
So it's defunct.
That is defunct. It filed for bankruptcy as well.
Okay. Well, that's not a good omen.
I can't remember if that was a private-based business or what, but we feel strongly that this was more of a unique option, and like I said, if Jana or Bob want to talk to you about the process that we went through, they can talk to you about that as well.
Great, thank you.
Just for instance, how about the name Lawrence? Was it considered being in parts of it?
Well, we looked at a couple different things. One thing that Miller Myers came up with was One Lawrence, possibly, as a unifying name for the facility. We feel like your next agenda item talks about sponsorships and entitlement, but we felt like the name Sport Quest could work either way, with an entitlement sponsor or without an entitlement sponsor. If for some reason if you approve and we do not get an entitlement sponsor, then we could certainly use Lawrence Sport Quest as the naming. One concern that we do have to have is we don't want to make it too long or too wordy. So we were trying to come up with something, because we already know that commonly people will refer to the area as Rock Chalk Park. So we wanted to be able to use something along with Rock Chalk Park.
Questions of Megan? Okay. Thanks. Public comment. Oh, Jana.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Jana Dawson. I'm here tonight representing Miller Myers Communication Arts Agency. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about revenue generation. so that we don't go down the path of the Sports Quest that's already filed for bankruptcy. We want to make sure that we are generating revenue for this facility. And I know that that's one of the things that you're keenly aware of, is that this facility will be different from others in that we do need to generate revenue to help offset some of the operating costs there. And so when I look at the agenda item tonight, the part of this is that you're approving the name and directing staff to develop the needed marketing materials in preparation for the opening. That's a pretty broad statement, and there's not a lot of direction there right now with regard to what you gentlemen are expecting when it comes to developing marketing materials and what path you want to go down toward that. And I'm here to talk about the fact that I think you need to spend some money to make some money here. We're talking about a very different type of facility from others that we have within the system right now. We have recreation facilities that, as you guys know, I've been an advocate for the Parks and Recreation Department for a long time, and I think those guys do a fabulous job with their programming, their overall operational management, and staying with budgets. They have consistently done that, and I think they'll consistently continue to do that with this facility. But they haven't really been tasked in the past with having to extensively market a facility, which is what I think will be needed for this one to be successful. We've got a great opportunity right off the bat. It's new, it's exciting, everybody wants to be a part of it. You guys went and toured it today. It looks great, right? I mean, this could be a real gem and a real crown jewel for our community. But what's going to be more important than just the name is what we do with the name once we have it identified. And Sport Quest, there are a lot of things that we can do with that name if we do it right and if we do it well going forward, and putting dollars into creating a unique personality and a unique experience for people who come through. Because the problem that you might have here, the concern that I would have, is that we get caught in that mentality of, well, it's new, we'll build it, they'll come. And certainly people will come try it out, but if we're not going through the extra effort and the steps to make sure that we are creating an experience for people that is different and differentiates us from other facilities that are out there, we're not going to get them back. And that has a substantial effect on the ability to generate sponsorship revenue and ongoing revenue for the facility. And you'll hear Mitch Wheeler with Premier Sports Marketing talk about that a little bit more in a few minutes. But if we really want him to be successful, the marketing materials that we generate up front are going to be an integral part of him being able to be successful in generating those revenue dollars. So when you're taking a look at what you're going to allocate with regard to putting together marketing materials for the facility, I hope you'll take that into consideration, that you need to be looking at the opportunity to put some dollars in to drive higher dollar revenue generation to help offset the operating costs and take a little bit of that burden off the taxpayer of putting additional taxpayer money into the facility, because we can offset that through sponsorships and additional income through the people that we have be at the facility. So that's just our 2 cents worth on that. And to be thinking about that strategically, you all have an opportunity to make a strategic decision in that direction to really take a leadership role in moving it forward and elevating it toward some positive revenue for the facility.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. Is there other comment with group? No? Okay. Any public comment? Other public comment? Okay. Back to the commission. What about the name?
Is everyone afraid to speak their mind? Go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
I learned of the name through the newspaper. I mean, just because I hadn't read the agenda stuff until late yesterday, I guess. And I just read it, and I kept thinking about it. I've been involved in this project from day one, or pre-day one, I guess, driving around out there on the prairie when there wasn't anything there except some stone walls. And my personal feeling of it, and I know these words they get personal, and they get how you see something and how you see the project and how you see into the future with it. But first of all, I look at that, and this comes through the great discussion we had before we ever got started with it, are we doing this for the people outside the city, or are we doing it for the people inside the city? Do we really need a recreation center and more basketball courts for the kids and the adults and everybody else? Or are we just going after tournaments? And that was kind of a debate, a challenge all along. And I firmly believe that we did it for the citizens primarily, but yet we did it big enough so we could be involved in the tournament play. The name, to me, feels like more of a sports challenge than a health and wellness center, than a health and recreation center. Also, the word Quest is difficult for me. I Googled it. There's a lot of companies by the name of Quest, or there's a laboratory, there's a testing, there's a NASA company. So it almost sounds like we've picked up a sponsor when we really haven't picked up a sponsor. So, you know, from my position, I just am not thrilled with the word. I mean, I've got to be quite honest, and it just seems to me to connote the wrong kind of facility that we have. That it's a athletic facility for champions, to do your best to go out and be a sports club that's going to win. When I really don't think that's what it is at all. That has that element to it, but I believe that it's put in place for the recreational opportunities of our citizens. And so I'm having trouble with the name. It's not that I couldn't get over it, but that's where I'm at the moment with that particular name. Now I'll let you go, Deborah.
Well, I have been a little bit involved in this previously, talking to Jana and try to get a feel for what was out there. And I think it was I think we moved quickly, and I would like a little more time to talk about it and come up with a final decision on a name. That's kind of how I feel. I wasn't quite ready to make a decision this quickly because of all the things you pointed out, and to make sure everybody's really thought hard about it. It's a big decision. We're going to spend a lot of money marketing it, and we need to have some ownership of the name. We, the city, needs ownership of that name, as you inferred.
Jeremy, Terry?
You know, I guess I'm kind of neutral on I'm not against it, I'm not for it. It just struck me as okay. But I think it does emphasize an awful lot the outside Lawrence interest, where I want to emphasize the in Lawrence interest in this. And most of the people going out there will be, hopefully, Lawrence citizens and enjoying it. I could certainly live with it, but it just didn't strike me really great when I first heard it.
I really like the Ad Astra name, frankly. Probably that's my favorite one, and I told you that when we went to lunch. I think there's just something about it that captures the essence of. I think it captures the essence of who we are as a state and who we are as a community, and I don't think the folks clamoring for Lawrence to be in the name would have such an issue if it were a name like Ad Astra. But I mean, you know, this is something that I would defer to folks way smarter than me to, you know, if this is a marketable thing, then you know, the only comment I didn't even think about until you said something, Bob, was I remember the debate just watching it from a distance on whether or not this was something for citizens or something out for folks outside of the city. And so, but then again, you're right. You got to spend money to make money, and you have to have a marketable product. And so, I mean, I'd be fine with moving forward with it. But if you guys aren't ready to, then I certainly think it needs everybody's full support. The only problem, though, is that if we keep pushing this off, I mean, I think that, you know, is not as good as making a decision. But
Well, the only reason, you know, and I brought up a minute ago about the name Lawrence, you know, in the project, I don't mean to be cute about it. I just think that it's something that's important to me. I mean, to be very honest with you. And I would hate to think that, in everything that we did, we kind of forgot where we come from a little bit. And that's kind of what I was looking at. But there's something I'm forgetting.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak to Commissioner Dever's comments? I did want to reiterate a little bit the process that we went through to get to this point. We initially had a discovery session with the staff, and we've spent a substantial amount of time in meetings with the staff to walk through the keywords that we want to be communicating about the facility. And from that, we came back with some proposals with some different names and the meanings tied back behind that name, because we do want to have there be some strategic thought behind each one of the names. But we also want there to be staff buy-in. We want there to be a name that the staff is comfortable with and that they can get behind in supporting. And that's where the Sport Quest kind of came from, all of those discussions. So there's been a lot of thought process put into it, of walking through. And you have to remember that, like anything, there's a defined scope of work for this. And the more time that we spend going through and spending a lot of time on this, the less money we have to do some of the more tangible things that are going to make the revenue generation impact that we need to have. So that, again, is something that you need to keep in mind, that if you want to continue to talk through all of this, whether that's with the staff or with the consultant, whether or not we're involved with it, time is money, even if it's staff that's going through and taking a look at that. The other part of that is that we also have the next piece of the presentation, and that's the entitlement portion of this. And they can't really move forward on going out and selling the sponsorship and the entitlement until we have a name and we have marketing materials to support that name. So the longer we put that off, the more difficult it's going to be to get those sponsorships in place in time for the opening. And we also want, one of the things that you'll hear us talk about is that we're not talking about having a bunch of 3x5 vinyl banners slapped up all over this facility. That's not the kind of entitlement sponsorships that we're talking about. We want this to be integrated and really make a powerful statement and be a project that we can all be proud of. And it takes time to develop all those things. So the longer that we put this off, the more difficult it's going to be. And while, as we've talked about, probably for me personally, Sport Quest wouldn't have been my first choice, but it is certainly a workable choice. It is something that we can build something around, and we can come in and put together a brand persona and generate that revenue that we're talking about wanting to generate, if we have the dollars in place to do that. And whether that's with us, with Miller Myers, or the city staff, or however you want to do that, it's committing those dollars to make sure that you're building the brand that's necessary to drive the revenue generation. And again, it's a matter of scope and time and money. So just a couple of other things to think about.
One of the things, Janet, just so that you know, and I appreciate all the work that staff's done and everything, but I kind of feel like I might have been left out in the deal, as far as, what the name of the building ought to be. And so I just want to put that out there. So anyway, maybe I should have been thinking about it long and hard. But anyway.
Would it be helpful if a member of this group sat as a liaison with city staff and Miller Myers to have those conversations? Because it's really, to be a part of that as kind of a liaison for the commission.
Is that a step forward?
Sure, I'll do it.
Okay.
And I would be glad to take any of you through the process that we went through and show you some of the names and how we got to where we're at, to where you can see the progression and have a little bit more information on that.
Okay.
Certainly something I'd be willing to help with.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Would that be a reasonable approach by the commission to have the vice mayor work with staff and with Jana and her company to make a recommendation back to us?
Yep. Looks like Ernie would like to say something.
Oh.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. It comes back to what the next subject is, and Mitch might help me, but Jana alluded to the fact that we're running out of time. If you all decide we do go into sponsorships, go out and look for entitlement sponsors and primary sponsors, I think you're saying that takes
usually 3 to 6 months.
3 to 6 months. And without a name, we're going to be opening the doors without a name, without being able to go out and looked for sponsors. I just wanted to bring that forward before you voted on it, because we're out of time. We're behind time now.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
Okay. I respect the need for a name, and I respect the fact that we're out of time, but entitlement sponsors are important to the long-term value of this and for its sustainability, but I don't want to just pick a name because I'm in a hurry. I don't do anything like that, so, period. I'm not going to, I've been involved. I've had several conversations with Jana. I think we can get to where we need to be. I just want to make sure, I mean, we've had less than a week to talk about it. And we spent years of our lives developing it. So I think it's only fair to inject a commensurate level of thought. It's because we're going to be the guys that are going to be made fun of if nobody likes the name. I mean, that's ultimately what's going to happen. So, you know, I just want to make sure that I understand the value of this, and I completely understand we're in a hurry, trust me. But I also don't think that waiting, at least giving us a week to talk about it. It hasn't even been a week since the name was released, right?
Right.
Well, and
it's been 5 days.
I presume that after this article hits the newspaper, there's going to be a lot of discussion about it. So that could generate a lot of interest in terms of finding the right name. I'm just not, I'm like you, Mike, I'm not ready to go with it. I can't go with it. I've got too much of my time and energy in that place out there, and some of my hide too, so I'm just not going to name it something that I don't really connect with. I just can't do it. So, but I think within a week, I mean, a week to most 2 weeks, we could probably come up with something that we all agree on that we like.
Okay. So where we are right now is to direct the vice mayor to meet with staff and Jana to go over the naming possibilities, and you can report back next week, correct?
Yeah, or get it on the commission agenda that's going to come out on the 17th for the meeting on the 22nd. Probably be more feasible. So we've got a week,
So 2 weeks.
Week and 2 days. 2 weeks from now.
I think we should call it Adventure Park instead of Venture Park. We should go Adventure Park. Adventure Park on one side,
Well, we could-
Adventure Park on the other side.
We could order the signs together, just put an A on.
I'm making a motion right now.
Now we're getting tired.
I keep
Okay.
Rock Chalk Park. I'm done.
What do we call
And it
it?
got trademarked.
What do we call it? Farmland Park.
No, let's,
There you go.
okay, guys.
How about Native Prairie?
No, we're
Park?
done.
We could have the tractor pull out there then.
No. Item B and C then. Do we want to defer both of those items then for 2 weeks?
Wait a minute.
I know we're close on time, but we've got Mitch here. It might be good to at least hear what he's
Yeah, let's-
talking
Okay.
about doing,
Okay.
knowing that we're not proceeding at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'd like to ask a couple questions about,
That's right.
call it Brand X.
Okay, then item C is consider authorizing the payment in the amount of $17,500 to Premier Sports Management for Phase 3 of the RFP number 1315, and it will include all of the things that go along with that. Arnie?
Mayor, Commissioners, I'll be very quick here. Most of this has kind of been discussed on the other one, but as part of the RFP, Premier Sports Management was hired to basically ask the question, the facility we're building, is there potential for sponsorships? They've come back and said yes. The other part of that question was, how much can we expect if it is able for sponsorships? And they've answered those questions to the tune of, they think, at a minimum of around $225,000 a year for all sponsors, up to $350,000 a year for all sponsors. And what we're basically asking tonight is that you let us go ahead with the Phase 3 and let them proceed and go out and bring us back lists of potential sponsorships, whether that be for entitlement and or premier sponsorships. And I'll just let Mitch talk a little bit more about the detail, a little bit detail about that and how we get to that and some of the rules and some of the expenses that are involved and bottom line type things, which we've talked about quite extensively about his fees and when you actually put signs up, and what the bottom line revenues we can expect to come out of potential sponsorships. So.
Mayor, Commissioners, good evening, good morning. Guess we've still got a few more hours. Any questions on I think you've had a chance to review our materials on sponsorship. Basically, we've broken it into two categories. One, entitlement sponsor. There'd be one of those, obviously. On the presenting sponsors, we would recommend 2, no more than 3. And as Ernie said, we believe the potential would be somewhere between $225,000 in annual gross revenue and a maximum, if we hit everything at the high end, around $350,000. And then you would net out our fee at 20% commission as well as your signage expenses. So I guess questions? Yes, sir.
Time out.
The question is, so 20% of the gross payment from the potential sponsor, is that after the cost associated with signage, or is that prior to the cost associated with signage?
Prior. That would be based on the contracted amount.
So if they agree to $150,000, you'll get $30,000 of that money up front, regardless of what type of sign or what kind of signage requirements they might have.
Yeah, but all that would be presented in a package for approval.
Okay.
So we would know at the time that it's presented for approval, you would know obviously who the sponsor is. Does it connect well with the whole sports, health and wellness theme? You'd also know what the signage costs are going to be. And one of the things that we want to do is we want to be able to get sponsors out to the facility, walk them through, and talk to them about the world of the possible and about how we can really engage, again, with these companies that have already made a commitment. They've established themselves in the health and wellness areas. And then how they can articulate their messaging, their brand connected to a facility like this. And so just, as an example, if somebody was going to then sponsor one of the areas like the gym and you got the running track, instead of just putting up giant Gatorade signs or giant Nike signs, we want to challenge the sponsors to come up with creative messaging. So whether it's signs that have runners on them that have Nike logos versus just a giant Nike logo. So we want to really engage with health and wellness in a more meaningful messaging versus just sponsor logos, if that makes sense, to really theme it.
The commission of 20%, is that a one-time, or is that each year?
That would be each year, because then we would also be responsible for managing the relationship with that sponsor. We would become the point person and managing that all the way through the contract.
Is that all your questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Mitch.
Could I ask one more
yeah,
question?
Please.
With regards to the name, which we're not sure of course, your experience with how many words should it be limited to? And then let's say, I presume you're going to have somebody like the Ford ... or the Titleist something or other, probably not a golf ball,
Right.
Basketball court, but you never know.
It could be Hy-Vee presents, the Dick's Sporting Goods, Sport Quest, that type of thing. And it gets long. And one of the keys is how you do that with the messaging. Obviously, all the elements in the sign are not created equally. So the presenting is going to be at a lower level than your entitlement. And all that would be, again, presented as a package so that you would know that in advance when you're approving it.
So it's reasonable to have, sorry, Mike, it's reasonable to have a name and maybe even another name plus our name.
I mean, that's fairly common practice, yes, sir.
So I guess that answers your question, Bob.
That's what NASCAR does.
Some lot of names.
Somewhat.
No, that won't work. Okay.
Well, okay, a shorter version of that. Do you have any advice for us in terms of names to keep it to no more than 2 words, 3 words, 1 word? Does it matter?
I mean, obviously, it's better if a sponsor's name is one word, like Hy-Vee, something like that, versus a Dick's Sporting Goods. But again, if a Dick's wants to come in, they really want to embrace it, they're going to promote it.
No, I don't mean the sponsor's name. I mean the
Oh,
name,
I'm sorry.
the other half of that, the other half of the equation, what we want to refer to it as.
The building name.
The building,
Yeah. I mean, I think, 1 word is ideal.
stadium, or
At
Arena.
most 2 words, yes. I mean, fewer is always better.
I guess the Lord's Prayer is out, huh?
I guess I do have another question.
Okay.
We were told that you couldn't start marketing it unless it had a name. Please explain.
I think, I mean, we can engage with sponsors and begin the conversation because it's going to take a 3 to 5 month period in most situations. Every once in a while, the first meeting, you get a yes. Usually that isn't the case. And there's usually approval process up through a company, so it takes time to get that done. But we can begin engagement. Frankly, the thing that we're waiting on as much as anything is being able to walk the facility with the sponsors so they can really see the building. Drawings are difficult. So to be able to get out there, walk them through where they've got a reasonable idea of what the facility is going to look like, so you can start to say, your logo could go here, and this is how we could engage your brand with the facility. So we could begin the process. I just think the sooner the better, so that they know what kind of name they would be engaging with, to make sure it's something they want to be associated with.
The name would limit, the name of the facility would preclude them from being a sponsor?
I think it would preclude them if flipped around. If I was representing somebody, I'd want to know. We may agree on what the signage is. We may agree on the fee. I would want to know what the sign's going, what the name of the facility is going to be before I would sign a contract. If I was representing a sponsor,
that makes sense.
But you can get, kind of in baseball terms, you could get to third base on the deal. And just say, okay, now we're waiting on the name, the logo, because you don't want to sign a contract and then find out it's not a name that you want your brand associated with,
Perfect
a
sense.
logo, that type of thing. So we can begin that engagement.
Okay. And I think we want you to be sent out with all of the things that you need to be able to make those contacts and make it work. So
Yeah. The better marketing materials, just where you can tell the whole story, it makes it an easier sell.
Okay.
Mayor, can I ask one more?
Well.
If you, we've used Hy-Vee, so we might as well use it again, but so if you had the Hy-Vee at Astro Rec Center or something like that, would Hy-Vee have its own logo? Would they insist on using their logo with whatever lettering we have?
Yes.
Is that how that usually works, is that the sponsor would want their own?
You bet.
If it's Ford, it's the Ford symbol, if it's, okay. Just try to know what to expect when.
Yeah, without question.
Okay.
Any other questions of Mitch?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. Thank you.
I just wanted to say one other thing to go along. One of the things we wanted to try to get done is, if you approve this, is what we've talked about, Dave and staff, is we would like to have this all done and signage or the murals or whatever and the sponsorships in the facility and up on the walls before we open the doors to the public and have it ready to go. So that's just one of the goals that we were wanting to do. And of course, the sign on the front of the building and all that, which takes time to do. So.
Okay. So our pleasure then is, in the discussion that we've had, is that we would defer this item for 2 weeks, giving the Vice Mayor the opportunity to, again, meet with all those involved to bring recommendation back to the Commission, correct?
Could we approve this C tonight?
Yes.
I mean, I'm ready to move on that. It sounds like, as he said, you can get to third base. So
Yeah,
you can start,
I'm fine with that. That's why I
Start
asked,
making
yeah.
phone calls. I mean,
We know we're going to have to do this to make this successful, so the name.
And we will come up with a name. I
Yeah.
mean, we will.
I would agree.
We'll get that done.
Okay.
You used that Astra. Do you like that, by the way?
Give me some time.
All right. All right.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and proceed with C. Was there any other public comment on the authorizing of the payments to Premier Sports Management? Okay. Any other questions or comments on that? Okay, I would then entertain a motion to approve item number C, authorizing the payment in the amount of $17,500 to Premier Sports Management for Phase 3 of RFP number 1315, and we'll just do that one first.
Moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval, made by Commissioner Shum, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. And then I would entertain a motion to defer for 2 weeks and to approve Vice Mayor Farmer in working with all those about the naming process and bring a recommendation back to the commission.
Moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval of that. And deferral was made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Dever. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Next item is to consider following items related to Yankee Tank Estates Benefit District.
Back in February, the commission approved Resolution 7059 authorizing the project to proceed. The benefit district includes all the property shown in blue here at the Yankee Tank Estates plat. The improvements include the construction of Atchison Avenue, 32nd Street, and some improvements to Castle Drive, also including a water main extension. The estimated cost is $689,000. The total cost is 100% being paid by the benefit district. Your action tonight is to open the public hearing and pending any discussions, approve ordinance 8976, which would establish the maximum assessments for the benefit district. And then we'd also like you to go ahead and set the bid date of April 29th, if that's appropriate. So I can answer questions if you would like.
And 100% is going to be paid by the benefit district. You said that.
100%.
Okay.
0% by the city.
Okay.
No brainer.
Any
I move we open the public hearing.
Second.
motion made and second to open the public hearing by Commissioner Shum, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? The public hearing is open. Do I have any public comment?
I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made and second to close the public hearing, made by Commissioner Shum, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Any questions of staff?
Nope.
I would entertain a motion then to adopt on first reading ordinance number 8976, establishing the maximum assessments and setting the bid date of April 29th. Have a motion?
Second.
Motion made and second for approval, made by Commissioner Shum, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. It's 10:26.
We got time.
Mayor, I make a
With the
motion.
speed that last
Make a
item, we
motion
were
to
gonna
adjourn
make
the
it.
meeting. No, I'm kidding.
Second. I withdraw my second.
I was going to say you better, because I'm going to call for a vote.
I think it's just some sort of work practice over labor standard. We're over 8 now.
I have some comments I'll keep to myself.
Okay. We're going to proceed. Consider the following items related to 23rd and Iowa reconstruction and geometric improvements. Dave.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Dave Cronin, City Engineer. We're getting ready for a large amount of construction projects here to get going here in Lawrence this summer. One of our big marquee projects, I guess, as far as traffic concerns, the 23rd and Iowa reconstruction project. It was recently let by KDOT. Before I get into some of the costs, do do a real brief summary of the project. We started design back in 2012. We got some safety money from KDOT, some geometric improvement federal money from KDOT that they allocated to the project. So at that time, we decided to proceed with design and construction of the project. Throughout the process, we were additionally received an additional $1 million from KDOT as part of the 6th Street turnback agreement that we had with them. We had allocated $500,000 in bonds to pay for the city portion of the project. The scope of the project is to reconstruct the intersection, concrete pavement, do some geometric improvements, add dual left turn lanes, redo the dedicated right turn lanes, do some landscaping improvements. And when we looked at doing the design of the project, one of the key factors that we wanted to maintain was traffic, maintaining traffic throughout the project. The intersection serves about 60,000 vehicles per day. We felt it was important to maintain all movements of traffic, left turns, through movements, right turns, predominantly throughout the project as we phased the project. So with that in mind, we broke the phasing into 8 construction sequences and went to final plans. KDOT led the project on March the 26th. The bids came in over our engineer's estimate. Our engineering estimate was $2.7 million, roughly. The bids came in, we had 2 bids. One was, the low bidder was $3.7 million. The second bid was $4 million. And so we were approximately $1 million over on the estimate, and KDOT has looked at the bid tabs. They had 2 bids that were relatively close to each other. They don't provide the bid tabs to us to compare the numbers with our estimate until after they've awarded the project. But they feel that they're comfortable with awarding the project with their funds if the city will match the remainder of the funds per our city-state agreement with them to match the funds. And so, ultimately, we've talked this over with KDOT. The $1 million difference in the budget, KDOT has agreed to kick in an additional $50,000 from their 23rd Street Access Management Funds, which is a pool of money that they maintain, and they've already had $50,000 in the project as well, so they're allocating an additional $50,000. And then our recommendation is to fund the balance from infrastructure sales tax money that would be paid back to KDOT in 2015. So we would revise our agreement to pay that money back in January of 2015. And that's a real brief summary of the project. And when we looked at the bids, and I talked with KDOT after the bids, we only had 2 bidders. I was kind of alarmed that we were off by so much, but I think a combination of things. There's just a lot of construction projects going on in Lawrence this year, so the contractors may have some advantage to being able to pick and choose what project they want to bid on, and really just the sequencing and timing of the project probably increase some of the bid items. We have a semi-aggressive schedule to complete the project by November 15th, open to unrestricted traffic, so that's in the contract, and then the sequencing of 8 phases. So we're essentially mobilizing and demobilizing 8 times, coming in, and it's really like a puzzle, doing 1/8 of the intersection, remove, replacement of concrete, then switch to traffic control, and so forth. So I think we underestimated the amount of time and cost to that, and that's really, we still feel that our recommendation is to proceed with the project. We've acquired temporary easements for this year for the businesses in the intersection. We've gone through that process, and so ultimately we're just here to to get recommendation from you to consider authorizing to KDOT to proceed with to awarding the project to Amino Brothers, which was the low bid, to allocate the $950,000 in infrastructure sales tax to pay for the balance of the project, and additionally to authorize the mayor to sign the city-state agreement for the construction engineering inspection services that basically states that we will inspect the project, construction of the project. So with that, I guess I'll stand for questions.
So our two options is we approve the recommendation that you have, or we send it back to you and say, rework all the project, and we do it a year from now, not knowing what the costs are going to be a year from now.
Sure, I should have pointed that out. If we decide to not fund the project this year, we could always go back and look at reconfiguring the sequencing or the traffic phasing. We're not recommending to do that by any means, just because we want to keep it open to unrestricted traffic, have the through movements, or delay the project a year. Typically KDOT is fine with awarding the project if the city has the funds. If not, they're fine with delaying it. But we also have some federal funds in the project that we may not be able to use if we were to delay it another year, that they kind of allocated for this year. And so that's another factor in it. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. If we don't award it here at this time, then any delay would punt or push the construction into 2015. So,
Could you go over with me the cost? Because there's the total cost is $1 million more than you projected, $3,736,000. You mentioned the state would be part of it. We have some federal funds. What would the actual cost be to the city?
The city cost would be approximately $2.5 million. Right now we already have $500,000 in bonds allocated to the project, and $1 million in infrastructure sales tax already allocated to the project. So we're, in essence, asking for an additional $950,000 from 2015 dollars that we would put to the project. So about $2.5 million, and then KDOT has approximately $1.7 million in funds.
And the federal funds again were 200.
They have $500,000 in geometric improvement funding and $200,000 in highway safety. And those are a match, 80-20 and 90-10, and obviously we would max out the amount, the 500 and the 200 with our participation.
Other questions? Well, I would have to say that, we have solid bid now based on the design and the engineering that's gone into this project. We've demanded that, traffic be allowed to move through that intersection. I think the choice we have is the recommendation before us. I mean, I really do. I don't know what costs are going to be a year from now. And, if you lose $200,000 in federal funds, you can add that into the bill. So it's one of the important intersections of Lawrence, Kansas. So I think that we have to do it. So my recommendation is that we do it.
Yeah,
Mike, you
let me ask
please.
a question.
Sure.
That's a good analogy. What are we not going to do in 2015
That's the other part.
with the $950,000? Just want to make sure I understand what.
We will have less money in our infrastructure sales tax fund, which we have devoted toward residential street work. We've been looking at, and you all have not approved, obviously, the 2015 pavement maintenance program yet. We've been looking at doing a lot of work on Bob Billings Parkway. That's probably one of the projects that would have a little bit less resources then. But we may be looking at doing some debt financing, not only in 15, but maybe 16 and 17, to do not only work on Bob Billings Parkway, but probably some response to the interchange. And there's been some discussion about don't know if it's traffic calming, but some response to additional turning lanes and those types of things. Those are going to be larger projects, which we probably might not be able to do in 15, but might have to look at 16 and 17. So I think that's why, Commissioner, we were comfortable in recommending this is that we speak to the merits of the project. You're correct and ask, well, what's the cost? The cost is that we'll have less money for that type of project in 15, but we're probably going to be looking at a multi-year effort to respond to Bob Billings Parkway as it has that interchange at K10. You all will be spending some time with that issue in the future. We don't really have that plan to present to you at this point, but whether we want to do traffic signals, we've talked about roundabouts, we've talked about turning lanes, we don't know yet. There's probably going to be probably a multi-year effort to work on that over time.
Thank you.
So this project, along with 6th and Iowa, are right at the front. I mean, these got to be done.
So, and you all approved setting the bid date for 6th and Iowa. That happens here in a few weeks, and we're anxiously awaiting that bid, hopefully bids as well, because that's a very important project for the community.
Okay. Any other questions? Public comment.
Okay, we've outlasted them.
What's that?
We've outlasted them.
Yeah, I think we have.
Good job.
They're outside. Okay, so then the items that are before us, I'm sorry, go ahead and to consider authorizing the KDOT award to the project, to the Amino Brothers Company, and to consider allocating an additional $950,000 in infrastructure sales tax fund to pay the balance of the construction costs, bringing the project to $4.25 million. And then authorizing the mayor to sign a city, state, local public authority agreement for construction, engineering, and inspection services for 23rd and Iowa. If that is our pleasure, I would entertain that motion.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Shum, second by Commissioner Reardon. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. General public comment? None. Future agenda items, David?
Do not have anything to discuss this evening.
Commission items. How about any calendar items?
I appreciate you all spending your day on city items.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made and second, made by Commissioner Shum, second by Vice Mayor Farmer. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We're adjourned.
Yes.